All right. Double checking. Oh, the speaker need to come down at least for a little bit. All right, mic check, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Let's get ready to go. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
People, what's up, good people? I can't even see the screen right now because I'm pulling up something else. But shout out to everybody that's in the building trying to locate something. There it is right there. I found what I'm looking for, and we can get things started on that. But shout out to everybody that made it in the building. I see the CP time jokes already on the rise. Shout out to the early bird squads. She got a cat. Is that a cat? I hate cats. They have no souls. But she got a cat in that picture. Married woman. I mean, it's in this space, whenever a woman is in a picture with a pet, it just reeks of the get a dog, die alone. So that's why I'm looking at her with that cat like, uh-oh. Getting the cat dying alone. You're going to die surrounded by cats. No, just playing. We know Queen Q's a happily married woman. But uh-oh. It's a number of things that I'm trying to touch on before we get started. But real quick, shout out to Queen Q. She said, so we're going to be talking about poly to some degree. Yeah, a little bit to some degree. We'll be a little bit of that. A number of things that will be going on here with today's show. Going to be briefly touching on the Wilt Chamberlain situation in the beginning. I'll be remiss if I didn't give my 2 cents on that one. I'd be remiss if I didn't give my 2 cents on that one. So I will be doing that in addition to mostly talking about Muhammad Ali. The documentary that just happened was it was so many things in there. so many things in there that just touch point on a lot of the things that we talk about in this space. So I love when I see, content elsewhere that sort of confirms the truth of some of the things that we say here. I do love it. Pablo Frescobar, shout out to you, says one of my favorite people and celebrities, Muhammad Ali. Women were, I think, was a weakness, was his weakness, or women were his weakness. But he knew it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Logan JJ, salute to BR in the group chat. He was married 4 times. Yes, that is correct. That was correct. But I didn't know that some of those wives, they was overlapping in a very interesting way. I did that part I didn't know. That was new to me on the documentary. I knew he got married 4 times. I didn't know that the overlap was real like that. And the degree in which, they knew that was, so that was a very, very interesting dynamic. It was so many things in there that we're going to get into. But shout out to E Taylor 704, who is a member. Shout out to all the members. I haven't even been checking to see who all has recently signed up. I gotta go check that out. It says peace BR in chat. Let's get this going. Absolutely, absolutely. KD, shout out to you. Yes, Queen Q. I'm on Black People Time. You know it. Negronomy. Okay, Nigronomy. Okay. Negronomy. That's what they saying now. Emmanuel, Asmar, Uncle Phil. We got Uncle Phil. Shout out to you, Uncle Phil. We got people in the building. Shout out to everybody. Freedman's Journal, another member in the building. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate everybody making it in the building. There's 40 people that came in early. Hit the like button. Shout out to Zero in the building. Shout out to everybody. All right, enough with the shout out. Enough with the shout out to the early bird squad. But I do appreciate each and every one of you that come in bright and early. I still leave open to the possibility that I may start this thing up one day and nobody will show up. So every time I see people show up bright and early, it do warm my heart a bit. I'm not just being sappy. It really do. I do appreciate everybody that make it in the building, that listen to me and support me in any way that you do. Any way that you do, I greatly appreciate it. But without further ado, we're about to get into these topics. There's a lot of, shout out to Ramil Amir, because he always get out in front on these type of things when it comes to a Me Too situation, when it comes to a not me situation. When it comes to a not me situation, Ramil always get out in front. Oh, and mediocre tutorials and reviews. I think that by now he's had his surgery. So hopefully he is recovering well. Hopefully all is well with that situation. Shout out to him. And, those of you that send your prayers up. I always poke fun at the notion of our thoughts and prayers are with him, as if thoughts do something. Okay. I'm not going there today, but I just hope the brother is well. I hope he recovers well. Yeah, that's definitely a good brother. He's one of the best representations, if not the best representation, of men in the manosphere that does content that represents us well. Even the most harshest critic of the manosphere couldn't possibly listen to his content and find something wrong with it, even though he's making the same points. And that takes true skill. That takes true skill and talent. So shout out to that brother 100%. 100%. 100% shout out to him, and hope that he has a good speedy recovery, and everything is well with that situation. But also going back to what I was saying, shout out to Ramil, because he was out in front covering this whole situation here. So I'm going to get through this situation, and I'm going to get to what I want to talk about. What was in that Ali PBS documentary. There's a lot of interesting things in there. So I do want to jump right into the Wilt Chamberlain thing, touch on this briefly, and then move it right along.
And now, I did want to talk about the chapter titled "You'll Never Work in This Town Again." Obviously, you've had experiences with sexual harassment, sexual assault over the years, some of which I think can be expected in the business, unfortunately, and we're hopefully getting to a place where that isn't the case anymore. But,
Real quick, when he said has problems with experiences with sexual assault, it's very important to point out that sexual assault has such a wide definition nowadays to where it can go as it can be the far extreme, the crime, the worst thing you could do to somebody, and that's forcibly grape minus the G, forcibly enter another human being's body. That's like the worst thing you could do other than murder. Well, I mean, if you're real creative, you could think of some things probably worse. If you're real creative, but just in general, that's the worst thing you could do to somebody. All right. That's considered sexual assault. Also, popping a woman on the butt is considered sexual assault. Also, even making a aggressive verbal advance at a woman is considered sexual assault. Or she worked in Hollywood, so making a sexual advance with a looming job in Hollywood hanging over the head is sexual assault. So everything from rubbing on the thigh to forcibly entering a person is sexual assault. We can't stress that point enough when we talk about people talking about sexual assault in a very broad general way. So that's just worth pointing out right in the outset here. That's worth pointing out right in the outset. Whenever someone says sexual assault, I want to know, okay, what are you talking about? What happened? There was a guy, some YouTuber, I think his name was Heavenly Gamer or something like that. I never heard of the guy. Never heard of him. I just recently looked up. My son mentioned the situation. My son knows about the guy at Long Beach Griffey, and the guy Long Beach Griffey got in some trouble because he defended the Heavenly Gamer guy. So I was like, okay, what did the Heavenly? I think I'm probably getting his name wrong, but what did the Heavenly Gamer dude do? I think I'm getting Heavenly Controller or something like that. I don't know. I'm getting his name wrong, but either way it goes. When I looked up, the chick said that he tried to forcibly kiss her. And like that was okay. That's I guess it's wrong. It's wrong to kiss a woman that don't want to be kissed, but forcibly kiss, like a guy go in for a kiss and the woman don't want to kiss, and she put Heavenly Controller. Thank you, Leo Anthony. A guy go in for a kiss and the woman don't want to kiss, like that happens because the guy who says, excuse me, is it okay if I kiss you? Is it okay if I kiss you? A guy never got kissed by saying that. When it come time for a kiss, you kind of just got to go for it. When you think the mood is right and the vibe is right, you just got to go for it. Now, if you misread the mood and the vibe and she thought it was something that you didn't and you went in for that kiss and she pushed you back, that could be defined as forcibly kissing unless he put his forearm behind her neck and made her kiss him. Unless he did that, that forcibly kissing thing is a very weird thing that they only say if somebody who they didn't want to kiss, who has some status, went in for a kiss. Then they'll try to say he forcibly kissed me. He kissed me and I wasn't ready for it. So I mean, it's again, it gets really, really goofy when somebody has high status and they make a move on a woman and she doesn't want the move. In order for it to be a situation, she has to prove, or at least it's not even a matter of proving. A lot of the times they will simply state what he did, and in their argument they have full creative control to make it sound however they want it to sound. I won't even hear them say a lot of the times that he tried to kiss me and I said no, and then he grabbed me and held me down and continued to do it while I was pushing him away and fighting him. They were worded that they were worded that badly. They were worded that badly. Shout out to the notorious ARC. I didn't try to summon you, but I did know that this is I didn't know this small part of what I'm talking about in the beginning is a pet subject for ARC. He says, did you say an aggressive verbal sexual advance is representative of sexual assault? Give me a concrete example of that, because if that's true, I should have been on death row 20 years ago. No, there are some situations where they have said a woman has argued that she was sexually assaulted by somebody who verbally came at her. There are I had to look up exact moments, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be lumped in there. It shouldn't be lumped in there. I'll say that much. It definitely shouldn't be lumped in there. But no, I didn't come prepared with links on hand to give you an example of that. But that what I'm saying is that they're lumping everything together. They're literally just lumping everything together in that sense. But no, I don't got links on hand for you. I do not got links on hand for you, but shout out to ARC, the trying to see if I can find Prophet of Thoughts did send me another supposed to be better sounding audio drop of the notorious ARC clip. He sent me a better one that I gotta pull up and get ready. I don't know if I got it. A-R-C. Shout out to ARC. I gotta get that one in the form of video drop when I do get the good one. He's supposed to send me a better sounding clip. But ARC says my attitude and belief is if I didn't touch a woman, then she has the power to simply say I am not interested. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. But I think what happens is, and as they said right here, they talked about sexual harassment. You've been a victim of sexual assault and sexual harassment. A guy making strong advances, they can lump that into sexual harassment. I think that's some BS. Now, obviously, it can get to the point where if you just keep coming back over and over and over and over and over again, then okay, then you're being a little intrusive at that point. I don't know if verbal harassment. Okay, verbal harassment. See, now you're seeing the slippery slope, the gray area. Yes, verbal harass. You can't verbally harass somebody, but if it's up to the interpretation of the woman, whether or not she's verbally harassed, she may think an overly bold sexual comment was verbal harassment, and which is a form of verbal assault, which they're lumping in with sexual assault. So I just wanted to point out when this statement was made here that I'm going to play again, it could mean any damn thing. You've had issues with verbal assault. I mean, sexual harassment, verbal harassment, sexual assault. It can mean any. Okay, the worst form of sexual assault is forcibly entering somebody. But if you rub up high on the inner thigh, that could be sexual assault. So my only point is I hate when they speak vaguely about it and not saying specifically what happened. That's my main point here. If a man says some graunchy stuff to you and you ain't like it, say that he said some graunchy stuff to you and you ain't like it. If a man who was flirting with you and you was flirting back with him, but he broke the touch barrier too soon and you wasn't comfortable with his hand up on your upper thigh, say that. If he touched your butt before you felt it was an appropriate time for him to be touching you, say that. Don't just say I was sexually assaulted and leave it vague. That's what that's my main point here. That's my main point here. Because I have no doubt that, okay, I'm assuming this woman, she probably was some hot thing back in the 70s, and maybe Wilt Chamberlain offered her some penis. Maybe he just assumed it was easy and he went in and got touchy feely and she wasn't with it. I can accept that that happened. But let's get into whatever was going on.
I guess
here.
you've never shared all these
Oh wait,
accounts
hold on.
publicly before. Why did you feel like now is the time to know all these accounts publicly before? Why? You know, sexual assault over the years. Some of
Okay,
which
hold
are
on.
titled "You'll Never Work in This Town Again." Obviously, you've had experiences with sexual harassment, sexual assault over the years. Some of which I think can be expected in the business, unfortunately, and we're hopefully getting to a place where that isn't the case anymore. But you know, I guess you've never shared all these accounts publicly before. Why did you feel like now was the time to not only speak out, but to name some names?
Because of the Me Too movement. I mean,
Yeah.
when that started happening, and I heard about so much of what was happening to other, whether they be actresses or anybody in any business, military women, whatever. I decided to share all my stories from over the years, hoping honestly that it would make somebody else feel like they weren't alone in that. That
Yeah.
it happens. And I mean, and hoping that men in particular kind of get it, like think about this. And you go, well, why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you do this? Oh, hi, because I wanted a career. I was working on something. And there are so many stories of women, sadly, who I just read one the other day. It's an intern working at the White House in one of the the State Department, I think, who somebody made a play on her, pretty blatant one.
Okay, two things to notice here. When she said that part where she didn't leave because she wanted a career. Okay, so if a major film producer or director is making sexual advances at a woman and they're holding the possibility of a job, over her head, the possibility of a job, possibility of sex. They're dangling the possibility of a job over her head. Now, that's a situation where I just say, that she got a legitimate point there. Yeah, you can't dangle sex with the possibility of a job. I understand why that's illegal. I mean, men, women, I get why that's illegal. I don't even think I got to explain why I get why that's illegal or that's a problem. The thing is, Wilt Chamberlain wasn't a casting director. Wilt Chamberlain wasn't offering women jobs. Wilt Chamberlain made his money being an athlete, doing commercials. He was basically a worker, essentially. He wasn't holding a job over anybody's head. So the stuff that she's talking about right now has very little to do with whatever she's going to charge Wilt Chamberlain up with doing in this book. That's worth pointing out. So when you're 21 and you're trying to get some job in Hollywood and some and some casting director is basically saying, he's dangling the possibility of that job, but you gotta continue to you gotta perform oral sex. That's a different thing. That's a different thing from some guy making a sexual advance and you don't like it. Those are categorically two different things. But again, like I said, the willingness to just lump everything together and be vague is one of the main reasons why this thing is even moving. One of the main reasons why this thing even has legs.
Yeah.
And she had to leave, and that was her career was over.
Right. The fact that the women are the ones being punished for all this when it's
Yeah.
such a power play, a sick, twisted dynamic. It's
And you don't go up against those people. People go,
no.
you report that, and about the particular thing that happened to me. Why didn't you report it? Oh, really? You're an out of work actress, oh, ex showgirl. You're going to go up against somebody who's a legend, and you're going to think, what do you think is going to happen to you?
Yeah, and it's got to be hard to think about that too, because obviously the image you put out there should not have anything to do with how men react to you, but it seems like it's still kind of screwed with your head when you were
The image you put out there shouldn't have anything to do with how men react to you. Absolutely. ARC just sent me an email, and yep, I'm going to drop the link real quick for ARC. Real quick, hold on. About to drop the link really quick for ARC. Actually, I'm putting it in your email, ARC. All right. Dress in a certain way, look in a certain way, present yourself a certain way, and being in a certain particular type of business. That does not mean that it's excusable for you to be forcibly entered by another individual. But the way you look, way you dress, way you talk, way you act, the way that you do all of those things does, and I would say should quite often determine how people are going to talk to you, how people are going to respond to you, how people are going to react to you, and what people are going to assume when they're dealing with you, when they're interacting with you. It's just as simple as it's just an age old at this point, age old Dave Chappelle comedy sketch. Not even a sketch. That was in his stand up when he said, "Okay, you may not be a whore, but you got on a whore's uniform. Forgive me for it being confusing. If a guy shoots a really rough, quick, immediate, very direct shot at a woman because she presents herself a certain way, that is what it is. Like, that's just ridiculous for her." And I mean, for this guy, I'm not even gonna get into that, but for this guy to be even trying to argue that.
We're thinking back on what happened and maybe how it would be perceived by others if you did speak out.
Yeah, and it's funny when I finally started becoming Elvira, and when I would show up as Elvira, nobody screwed with Elvira. I mean, nobody.
Yeah.
I could be around a whole gang of bikers, and when they come up to my table to get an autograph or something, the whole persona became this awesome.
And
Yeah,
was it cathartic for you to at least, I'm sure obviously it was hard to write this chapter in particular.
Fair use, by the way, fair use.
But was there a sense of catharsis after you were done with it?
There was.
All right. You know what? I'm about to just skip to the end here. Long story short, because there's about to be so much word salad. Long story short, she's writing a book. Just long story short, she's writing a book. Remember when like Scottie Pippen recently wrote a book and he put a chapter in there, he said something about Phil Jackson being racist. And I thought that was ridiculous to just throw that out there, something that controversial. There's never been no stories, no reporting about that at all. But to throw that out there while you're writing a book, you're doing it to just try to sell some extra copies of the book. She's using the momentum of the Me Too movement to try to use the dead body of a man, a black man in this case, use the dead body of a black man that can't defend himself, and try to say that he Me Too'd her just so she could try to sell some more copies of the book. The vague, ridiculous way that she was explaining it and described it showed that it was more than likely nothing there. Like, so it's just a ridiculous thing that they're doing. It's another problem with the Me Too movement, that they can actually sit there and they can just say stuff and try to make money on the back end, because Me Too is such a thing that nobody cares. Nobody's going to question whether or not she's lying. They can pull up a dead man and say he did something to her just to try to sell or just to try to make the tabloids. It's that ridiculous. And that's all I really wanted to say on that before I got into the main topic. But before I get into the main topic, we will be joined by the notorious ARC in the building. I'm assuming wanted to speak on the notion of sexual assault and how it could be lumped in so many different ways. And then there's the verbal harassment aspect of it. And that I understand how that treads on your territory and your expertise. So I yield the floor to ARC to go ahead and speak on this.
Well, yeah, I could do my own. Well, first, good morning, Brother Riley.
Morning.
Yeah, I was going to lightheartedly say I could turn into my own equivalent to Hurricane Edward, but I'm not going to do that to your live stream this morning because I know you got a bigger topic to talk about. But well, number one, on a quick side note, man, Scottie Pippen, man. You know, I'm a lifelong Bulls fan, man, and
Yeah.
He broke my heart, man, with his attacks on Phil Jackson and even his jabs at Michael Jordan. I mean, as a book author, I know you want to sell your books, man, but anyway, that's another subject for another day.
Yeah.
Now, when I did my Blog Talk radio show, I interviewed a woman. There was this video that went viral a few years ago where this woman is walking down the street in, I think it's Manhattan or some borough of New York, and it was about street harassment.
Yeah.
And the woman behind that video, who was the lead, who worked for the organization that produced that video, I interviewed her on my old Blog Talk radio show, Upfront and Straightforward with Alan Roger Curry. Her name was Allison Ciso. And we ended up touching on, can a verbal advance be construed as some type of assault or harassment? And the argument I made is that I said, in order for a man's behavior to validly be criticized as harassment, the woman has to at least once convey to the guy, I am not interested in you. She has to make an attempt to reject him. And I put her in a corner where she even had to acknowledge, because what it came down to, I said, okay, Allison, be real with me. If a guy, let's say Brad Pitt, came up to you on the street and said, damn, you got a nice fat ass and I want to fuck you, are you going to be offended, or are you just going to giggle and say, oh, Brad, you so nasty? And she acknowledged. She said, well, yeah, if it's Brad Pitt or some guy I'm attracted to, I'm going to have a different reaction. Then I said, okay, then it's not about what is said to you. It's about who is saying it to you. So I said, given that, now, if you said a guy, let's say Brad did say that to you and you said, hey, Brad, I'm not feeling that type of approach, please leave me alone, and he continued, then even you could say Brad Pitt was guilty. But I said every man should have the opportunity to shoot their bid, and then once they persist after you've rejected them, that's true harassment. That's what it means. Like when I first got sat in on a session, this was in the 90s when I was living in LA. I was working for a corporation. They did a session on sexual harassment, and the person who led the session even said that. A woman said true harassment is when you become persistent in your advances after you've basically already been rejected at least once. So all that to say, I don't think a verbal sexual advance should ever be able to be interpreted as a form of, definitely not sexual assault, and even sexual harassment if it's not persistent. And the final thing I will say is that, well, one of the reasons, as you alluded to before I jumped on, see, there's a big thing with me, man, because a lot of my critics will say, oh, don't use Mo 1 because Mo 1 is just asking for a Me Too allegation. And I'm always challenging guys. I say, okay, tell me about one prominent person, celebrity, who just let a woman know in a straightforward way he wanted to have casual sex and he got Me Too. Almost all the guys who got Me Too, honestly, were either Mo 2 or Mo. They was either date raping women, groping women, exposing their genitalias, or they doing some indirect shit.
Well, the only gray area where they could possibly have a point on that is if they're talking about at work. If
at work. Yeah. I've done 2 or 3 videos where I basically said you shouldn't be trying to get laid where you get paid. So
yeah.
And
if you are, you don't want to be mode 1 hardcore over the cubicle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't definitely not in a work situation. And here's the final thing before I jump off. I tweeted about this on Saturday, and I just basically said, this is incredibly irresponsible on behalf of Cassandra Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
This man is deceased. You know, that old adage, just some things you just got to take to your grave. And the reality is, in the 1970s and even most of the 1980s, there was no such thing as date rape. Date rape didn't really come into play until somewhere between 88 and 91. Because, yeah, before then, if you knew the person, I've told the story, I think at least once on your own channel, about where I talked to a campus police officer when I was in college. And he said one of the reasons why the campus police chief never pursued a lot of charges that were submitted by women is because they knew the guy. And that lets you know that, yeah, to repeat that story real quick, yeah, there was a guy I was cool with who was on the Indiana University police force, and we were talking, somehow we got on the subject of a rape. He said, man, if some of the people in the general public knew how many women have filed charges of rape, Indiana University would have a bad reputation. I said, what you talking about? He said, oh man, we get rape accusations all the time, but they get dismissed. And I said, why do they get dismissed? He said, well, because when we interview the women, they'll say they knew the guy. And I'll be like, okay. And he said, our police chief is like, well, then you're acquainted with the guy. Then that's not rape. Now, see, this was like around 83. And see, if this would have been as quickly as 10 years later, it would have been a different discussion. But again, date rape, acquaintance rape or date rape wasn't a thing in the 60s, 70s, and early to mid 80s. That wasn't a thing.
But dang, hold on. So they would drop it immediately just because she knew him.
Yep.
But all the data we got now show that most of the time when a forcible sexual assault happens, it's usually with somebody that a woman knows. Like, so that's yeah, that blows me away that they would drop it just off that alone. I wouldn't think that would be the case.
Yeah, that actually was the case. At least at any university, that was the case. Now, if a woman had some kind of signs of being brutalized, you know, physical marks, then I'm assuming that was a different story. I'm talking about more so on just a hearsay type, her word against the man's word type of thing. Then it would get dropped. And
that's interesting.
Because again, date rape, like when I was in college, yeah, man, I mean, I just say this, man, it was a regular thing in my day for dudes to get women drunk and then take advantage of them sexually. That happened literally on a weekly basis in my day. If that same thing was happening today, dudes would be locked up. Because you can't do that today.
But even right there, where's the line between getting a woman drunk and then just consensual mutual drinking? You know, it's like technically the guy didn't do nothing. If
no. Trust me, but I work with, aside from my dating coach activities, I actually have collaborated a few times with the woman who made date rape a thing. Her name is Katie Costner. You can Google her. She was on the cover of Time magazine actually about date rape, and I've done a couple of video collaborations with her. And she has broken down, man, in today's society, there's literally really, for the most part, no such thing as consensual sex if a woman got alcohol in her system. There's literally no such thing as that. A woman has the ammunition. That's why I tell clients, and some guys feel like this is too hard a line, but I tell clients, if it's your first time having sex with a woman, don't have sex with a woman with drugs or alcohol in her system, because you're giving her too much plausible deniability to say that she was not in the right state of mind to consent to you. That's how it is today. And I'm contrasting that to my day. In my day, if a woman dropped some shots of vodka in her mouth and was sloppy drunk and you decided to take off her clothes, that wasn't no thing, man, back then. It just wasn't. It was considered unethical, but it wasn't considered illegal.
Yeah. Now, there's a certain amount of sloppy drunk where, or no, but I think I agree with a lot of your clients if they say any liquor at all, because I mean that, like, if you take a chick out, I go out to drink. Yeah, I go out to the bar. You have a couple drinks. Like, that's like drinking is just such the norm to where, yeah, I see how that would be a difficult task. I'll just say that. I'll say that a difficult task. Not that she needs to be on something in order just for her to have sex with you, but drinking is just a regular thing. I mean, a lot of times when you invite a woman over to your house, you got drinks there. Y'all have a little drink before y'all, start doing something. I mean, it's so. But again, if she got anything in her system, she could make up any story she want if something was in her system. So I mean, I get it as being just overly precautious, but
matter of fact, I just, on my very last video I uploaded on my channel, which actually had to do with Me Too accusation. It was before I heard about the Wilt Chamberlain story, though. I was making a point. I said, I've heard a lot of guys in this space, they'll make this comment that I just cringe at hearing. They'll say, oh man, women want men to lie to them and mislead them and manipulate them, man. Women want that. No, they don't. No, they don't. And I'm not going to get a long digression about that, but I just say, no, they don't. But then I said, the closest I've heard a woman come close to saying, I've never heard a woman say out of her own mouth, I want a man to lie to me, or I want a man to mislead me, or I want a man to toy with my emotions. But related to this issue, when I used to post on this popular message board called AskMen.com in the early 2000s. And I remember there was these 3 women on there that said, we were talking about casual sex, and it was 3 women on there that said, I prefer for a man to get me drunk first before I engage in casual sex. And I said, why is that? They said, because if everything goes okay, then, I'll just, move past it, move on to the next guy. But if a guy gets me drunk, this is what these 3 women, they had their own different variations, but essentially they said the same thing. They said, if a guy gets me drunk, and then a few days after we have casual sex, he decides that he wants to slander my name or try to slut shame me, I'm going to accuse him of date rape. They flat out said that without hesitation. They said, I'm going to accuse him of date rape. They said, if a guy tries to slander my name or slut shame me, I'm going. And that's why I say to guys, man, you don't want to give women any room for plausible deniability, like none.
Well, let me ask you this question. I know you could do a whole 1-hour video probably on this next question. Wouldn't you say that with some women, okay, if you ask them directly, hey, you want to come over to my house and have sex with me? She says yes, to some degree, given societal norms or, social programming, she's essentially agreed to, I'm using air quotes here, she's essentially agreed to be a hoe, versus if she just get invited over and she just come over and, I'm using air quotes again, the vibe is right and it just so happened to happen. She didn't just verbally agree to be a hoe. It just so happened to happen and the vibe was right.
Well, that's
Don't
what
you
I'm
think
saying.
somewhere in some women's mind, they would rather it happen like that in order versus them looking you in the eyes and saying, I'm about to be a hoe for you and I'm coming over?
Well, yeah. Number one, it's a good question. And I've addressed this before. There's a guy I've mentioned a few times. He was one of the late great Patrice O'Neal's best friends named Dante Nero. And he interviewed me on his podcast show one time. And he lightheartedly had at least one criticism for my Mode 1 approach. He said, Alan, man, I'm feeling your Mode 1. But he said, here's the one thing I don't like about your Mode 1 approach. I said, okay, what's up? He said, man, I feel like most women, they got a hoe side or a slut side to them, but they don't want you to just outright make them acknowledge that they being a hoe or a slut at the time. He said, man, you got to give a woman some degree of plausible deniability, the ability to deny that she's being a hoe or a slave, even though deep down she knows she is. And again, I told him, as I'm telling you today, I said, dude, in today's society, it is a risky proposition to give a woman any degree of plausible deniability. Because that opens the door for them being able to accuse you of something later on. So going back to Katie Costner, this is what she was doing when I was doing this video collaboration just last fall. She was discussing, this mainly specifically had to do with college campuses. I don't know if this goes beyond college campuses, but on the vast majority of college campuses, it's a big thing now, starting when I think it was 2005. I want to say I might be wrong on that year. Starting with 2005 up until now, there's no such thing now as non-verbal consent. So it used to be a time where a woman could give you, for example, simple example, non-verbal consent would be you invite a woman over your place, y'all kissing, and you start unbuttoning her blouse, and she doesn't stop you.
Man, hey, ARC, I done said this before. That was probably 90% of the sex that I had.
That's what a lot of guys had, that type of sex. Yeah, if you were to unbutton the blouse and the woman didn't stop you, that would be considered non-verbal consent, which was acceptable, at least on college campuses, up until about 2005. Now, just about all colleges, the woman has to give you verbal consent. She has to literally say, Bernard, I want to have sex with you. Bernard, I want you to F me or something similar. She has to give you some type of verbal consent. Otherwise, she can later on accuse you of some type of sexual assault.
Yeah. I remember this was probably like 3 years ago by now. I remember this was back when you used to I think you and AMS and Donovan Sharp was all on O'Shea at the same time, and they was making that argument about leaving pussy on the table. I think that was their exact words. You remember that?
I heard that argument.
Yeah, that's the main argument against Mode 1 is that you gonna leave that pussy on the table if you be real direct. But this is the last thing I throw. I mean, I got you. I might as well pick your brain on a few things.
Okay, go ahead.
What was your response to that when the whole leaving pussy on the table by being direct? Because I'm like, I ain't gonna front. I'm always honest about mine, like that unbuttoning the blouse, being indirect and just start gradually unbuttoning the blouse. Concerned about leaving it on the table. I'm not out there in the game right now, but when I was out there, that was legitimately my thought process long before I ever even stumbled into any of you or any of your books. So what's your response
always
to that?
Here's my number one. I've had a few responses, but my number one formal response is simply this: if you know where that's derived from, in the business world, there's a concept of leaving money on the table or leaving a deal on the table. An example of that would be if you got a high-profile professional athlete, he comes to the Los Angeles Rams and says, I want $10 million a year. The owner says, no, I'm going to give you $5 million a year. And the agent says, well, okay, now let's go for $7.5 million. And the owner says, okay, $7.5 million, but the player says, nope, 10 or nothing. So he walks away from 7.5. That would be that athlete leaving money on the table. The key thing is, in order for you to leave something on the table, it has to be put on the table to begin with. Now let's transfer that to sex. A lot of guys loosely use this term. If you do this, for example, if you're too direct, too Mode 1, you only leave pussy on the table if a woman has offered you pussy. If a woman, like the best example I give myself, because I've had this happen at least once, if not twice, I definitely at least once. I remember I was doing a book signing in California, and there was this attractive older woman. She's about 39, 40. Basically let me know I could hit it that night. Now, I was straightforward with her and let her know I just wanted casual sex. She basically said, Alan, I'll let you fuck me if you promise that this is going to lead to a relationship, a serious relationship between us two, and I'll be able to basically, like, you know, announce to my girlfriends that you and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. See, once she applied those terms and conditions, I respectfully declined. I said no. I said no. I don't. Then I don't want to fuck you. See, that would be a true literal definition. I left pussy on the table. She presented pussy to me, an opportunity to fuck her, but because I didn't approve of her terms and conditions associated with the pussy, I respectfully declined. That's leaving pussy on the table. But a lot of guys will say, well, if you don't take a woman out to dinner at least once, you leaving pussy on the table. How? How? Yeah. That's suggesting that you're guaranteeing that if you take out to dinner once or 2 times or 3 times, that you're guaranteed to get that pussy when you're not. So you cannot leave pussy on the table if a woman hasn't given you a guaranteed opportunity to fuck her. And I've had guys say, well, Alan, yeah. So all that to say, I don't want to get a long digression, but pretty much everybody who's come at me with that, like, Alan, I think if you would have been more indirect with this woman instead of direct, you would have got the pussy. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. If it ain't guaranteed, if the woman ain't threw some type of guaranteed opportunity at you, then you can't say if you did this or you did that, you would have got the pussy. In reality, and I'm going by what women have told me, this is from their own mouth, and I've talked about this on my channel. I've actually had more women that have indicated to me that they lost interest in having sex with a guy because he wasn't direct enough, as opposed to 2. One involved one of my own cousins. And I've talked about it on my channel. I had a cousin. There was this one, me and my cousin were both in this meetup group in Chicago. And we was messing around anyway, skipping on miscellaneous details. I had known my cousin had an attraction, but she basically friend zoned him. And I lightheartedly was teasing her one day. I said, why you friend zone my cousin the way you did? And she basically said, you know, if your cousin had followed your Mode 1 philosophy, he probably would have got it. I said, oh, really? She said, yeah, every time I was around your cousin, he never brought up sex. He would always talk about how was my day, how was my job. He always talked about just friendly stuff. And she said, after a while, I just lost interest in him and I started treating him like a friend. She said, whereas you, Alan, you came to me like, hey, I'm trying to get in that pussy. So there you go, man. And I've had a number of women. When I was in LA in 2018, I was talking to some women that basically said the same thing. They said if their objective is casual sex, but they're talking to a guy and he starts engaging in all this lengthy, trivial small talk. So I'm not talking about my books. They said they'll lose interest. Yeah. Because they feel like that guy is trying to have a relationship when they just trying to fuck.
That's I blew plenty of opportunities doing that. That was I'm guilty of that one all day being too indirect, and then they lose interest, no doubt.
Yeah, they lose interest, man. So again, that's from the women's mouths themselves. But yeah, man, Cassandra, this is setting a bad precedent. I hope. I know there's not really no prominent women are co-signing with Cassandra Peterson.
Wait, did you say I couldn't? Did you? Maybe you found something that I didn't. I couldn't find. Did she go in details anywhere, or is she saving that for the book?
Did she go in detail? And that's the thing. She did. As you mentioned, you said a lot of what she said was vague and ambiguous, man. I'm not even an attorney, but I know how to even, as a layman, cross-examine her, and I would cross-examine the shit out of her. Because number one, you got to ask the question, okay, at the point he pulled out his dick, what was your reaction? Because in order for him to make you suck his dick had to be out. So I'd be like, what did you do at that point? Yeah. Because 99.9% that happened before he allegedly put his hand on her neck. Yeah. He had to pull his dick out. You think she was just what? Just standing there? I mean, this whole story sounds very suspect, and for him to not be alive to defend himself is beyond unacceptable and inappropriate, man. And that's what a lot of guys have a problem with these Me Too, because it's opened the door for women, like even with Bill Cosby, You had women coming out with accusations from the 60s, talking about he either got him drunk or had him drunk. But the thing was, that wasn't no big deal back then. That's what I was talking about, the difference in decades. In the 60s and 70s, man, shit was wide the fuck open. Like, you could get away with, a boss could get away with slapping their secretary on the ass. Again, it was considered unethical, but it wasn't illegal. Whereas fast forward to today, man, you can't get away with none of that shit. So it's bad enough when women go back 20, 30, 40 years for a guy that's still alive. Yeah. But now you opening the door to do it with guys that are dead? I mean, that'd be just like if God forbid, I pass away 2 years from now and then someone say, yeah, you know, when I was in the 9th grade, Alan Roger Curry grabbed my ass on my way to the bathroom. And I told him I didn't want him to grab my ass, but he just grabbed it.
That would you would roll over in your grave after you went your whole life priding yourself in never doing nothing like that. made a career talking about don't do this, don't do that, just be verbally bold or this and then when you die and now some woman saying that you didn't sexually assault, you'll climb up out the grave on her.
I would try my best to, man. It's just so she should be just. Man, no, this is wrong on all sorts of levels. But anyway, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I appreciate you letting me come up and express some of my thoughts.
All right, no doubt. Thanks for coming up. Always appreciate you when you stop by.
Oh, respect, brother, respect.
All right. Big Mag the Fisher in the building says regret after sex accounts for a lot of the non-physical assault. Accusations when a dude doesn't further accusations when a dude doesn't further the relationship, in my opinion. I don't know what that other word is you put right there, but shout out to Big Mag the Fisher. Shout out to Zero. He says, why is the only legal information pointed at is the rare instances of when men get lucky and escape charges or conviction. The default is that a baseless accusation can end you, no plausibility needed. That is true. That the baseless accusation, even if you are found guilty of nothing, it can ruin you, end you, or jeopardize your career. Absolutely. And well, shout out to Zero. Appreciate the $20 super chat. And Merciless Reese in the building. Well, Merciless Reese L. Black in the building says, you leave your precious time on the table when you're not mode one. Women expect black women. Is that supposed to be except women? Except black women have admitted to me they were down to smash. They were just waiting for me to go for it. Yep. That's how I'd be, waiting for me to go for it, regardless of choosing signals. Yeah. You can. Like I said, I've always been real direct, but I've been real indirect, but being real indirect, you can leave a lot of it on the table too, being real indirect. Shout out to Merciless Reese. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to ARC. Appreciate everybody for coming through, being here in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. We got 163 people in here, 91 on the likes. No reason why we couldn't bump that up to about 120 right now. All right, about to get into we already an hour in, and I'm making it into the main topic here. That Ali documentary, it was a beast. It was a beast. I liked it. It was so much going on there in it, and I like to look at stuff and watch stuff and see manosphere topics and subjects play out, especially if it's something older. We didn't make up a lot of this stuff. We didn't just make up a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff been going on in many different ways, and I'm trying to make sure I get this quite right. That's a clip y'all should be seeing, what amounts to a clip from the documentary that we about to get into that, about to get into a number of things. We about to be talking about his wives and the situation with his wives. We're going to be talking about that. But there's a few other things we're going to get into because there's a bunch of stuff, some Nation of Islam, effery, and all kind of stuff going on in there. Yeah, I saw you in there, J Speed. I said some Nation of Islam, effery. Yep, we talking about that too. But we about to be getting into a number of things. But one quick little pre-topic thing I do want to get out and touch on, because we be talking all the time in this space about people talking about what the white man took from us and all kind of stuff like that. And it's worth pointing out here that Ali back then, much like, let's just say Elvis took from Chuck Berry, took his style, took his swag. Now Elvis could sing and dance and had some talent, but Chuck Berry's whole little style, swag, and persona is what he took. Now Ali could fight, obviously, but he stole the his outside the ring persona from somebody. And I just want to briefly play a clip on that before I get into meat about what I'm about to be talking about here.
Local radio show with George Wagner, a well-known professional wrestler. Clay had appeared on a local radio show with George Wagner, a well-known professional wrestler who called himself Gorgeous George.
And he would come in with a jeweled cape, and he would have one person putting the pomade in his hair, and people would boo and boo and boo, and some people would cheer and cheer and cheer. And Clay sees this, and he thinks, oh my God, look at the attention he gets.
I saw him talking once about how pretty I am. I cannot be beat. He said, look at my beautiful silver hair. No man in the world can beat me. I'm the greatest wrestler that ever lived. When I go into that ring, I'm going to annihilate the bum. I'm beautiful. And that night when Gorgeous George went to the wrestling ring, all the ladies were booing and the people were so mad. The place was full. Everybody paid a high price to come in. And at that moment, I said, this is a good idea.
Clay, he's a sponge. His genius is to know how to deploy it to his ends.
Back in Miami, he appeared on local television and radio, granting interviews to any writer who asked, telling one, I'm the best friend a reporter ever had. And he was beginning to attract national attention. Clay had appeared.
So where I'm at with that real quick before I get into it, just like they can steal from us, we can steal shit from them. That's one thing that I like to point out, especially if you have a platform where you can sell it and push it and put it out there. Might as well take their stuff too. They take ours, we could take theirs, and we could do it better. He took his stuff and did it better to the point to where a lot of people don't notice. Like Ali, before he became the champion, he was more famous than the champion. He's more famous than the title holders. Because of that animated personality. He was on the cover of Time magazine and all kind of stuff before he beat Sonny Liston, because he sold himself like that, because he put himself out there, because he was talking all that junk. That's what catapulted him to where when he was fighting Sonny Liston as the challenger, he made, and I didn't even realize this at the time, definitely a lot of money. When he made close to $1 million. That's unheard of for a challenger, because he was so popular and he sold himself so well. But it's one thing I didn't know, had no clue at all. He stole it from a white man. So I was like, yeah. I was celebrating when I heard that. That's right. Gorgeous George probably died broke. Ali stole his persona and got rich. I was like, yeah, good on him. Good on him right there. I was happy. I was legit happy when I heard that one. But
February 26th, 1964.
Let's get into a couple more things. All right. I don't got these clips lined up like I wanted to have them
Ali's
lined
marriage
up.
was
I don't got these clips lined up like I wanted to have. Oh wait, yes I do.
February 26th.
Yes I do.
Elijah Muhammad.
My bad. I didn't have the clips lined up like I wanted to. But Sorry, OGJ Speed, Elijah Muhammad about to get clowned a little bit because he was on some effery. I'm just pointing out a few little things before I get into the parts I want to talk about. But y'all listen to this Elijah Muhammad. He said, "I believe." OG said, "Believe anything you want." Well, some of it gonna come right from his words. I mean, they didn't they wouldn't aware that it was gonna be YouTube clips. Back then they could just say anything. They didn't know it was gonna be YouTube clips.
Elijah Muhammad saw no reason to identify his movement with Cassius Clay. Boxing was a very wicked sport, he said, and Clay was a loudmouth, sure to lose. He ordered his newspaper, Muhammad Speaks, not to cover the coming fight. Malcolm, February 26th.
Then after Ali won, listen to this. This is after Ali beat Sonny Liston. Now listen to this.
1964, at an annual assembly in Chicago, the Nation of Islam's head minister, Elijah Muhammad, praised Cassius Clay for defeating Sonny Liston.
He was able, by confessing Allah's God and Muhammad is his messenger, that he whipped a much tougher man than he. The enemy wanted him to come out all blasted. They had said that he would, Liston would tear up that pretty face of yours. But Allah and myself said no.
Though Elijah Muhammad had always condemned sports as frivolous entertainment, he now ordered the editor of the Nation of Islam's newspaper, Muhammad Speaks, to add 4 additional pages dedicated to the new champion. February.
Hey, cut it out, Al Boogie. Don't be saying he a fraud. Don't be saying he a fraud. OGJ Speed gonna jump through your cell phone on you. He don't play that. You don't be coming at the honorable Elijah Muhammad like that. He don't play that. He don't play that. He don't play that. But no, it was a number of stuff in there. Like I've talked about before, how a lot of these recent documentaries where they talking about the Nation of Islam, where they talk about the Nation of Islam and their dealings back in the day, they getting bold as hell. Like they used to tread lightly over the notion, the accusation that they killed Malcolm X and all of that. They used to tread lightly over that. Now these documentaries, they getting a little bold about it. This one got pretty damn bold about basically just putting it out there that yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. We know that's what happened. It is what it is. I mean, they don't just say it like that. I'll grant them that. They don't say it like that, but they put it out there. They do put it out there. I mean, there was one on Netflix that was I think it was just titled boldly just "Who Killed Malcolm X?" Yeah, you watch that. It's some stuff in there that's hard to argue with. And this one's pretty bold with it. It's a clip that Ali played. Ali said something in this documentary that I'm going to play in a little bit. I don't even know how it made it into the documentary. Like they should have buried that one. They should have buried that statement that Ali made after Malcolm X died. They should have buried that statement. But but they did all kind of stuff. But after the Sonny Liston fight, that was when he met his first wife. And that's what I want to get into. I do want to get into the situation with his wife. Did he meet her before the fight? Or after the fight? Get out of there, Pablo. The guy still living in Jersey City. Oh yeah. Yeah, that documentary "Who Killed Malcolm X," that thing was pretty good. Now hold on, we got a live one here. We got a live one here in the chat room. I think she's so he still had a black wife and black children. No, 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 no. That's not the problem. It was another statement that I saw from I think the same individual. Another statement that I made from that I saw from the same and okay, what the F wrong with you show clowns? Own race hating? What is you talking about? Cause race hate. What's okay? All right. Uh, I'm not going. I'm not going. But but shout out to Pablo. I do got to shout out Pablo, and I hate to kick some more kick some dirt on OG J the honorable OG J Speed, but no, chill, Paul game, chill, because I don't know exactly what you mean. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Sometimes it be backstory in the chat room that I don't see, so I don't know. Maybe she's responding directly to an individual, and if somebody's responding directly to an individual, then I don't know what the backstory was there. So that's why I say no. Do not hide, because I don't know the genesis of that conversation. So just chill. Put it in the holster. Put it in the holster. But Pablo, I do want to acknowledge, if you're still listening, you came up and you had a real good point. See, the manosphere, I'm talking about, I think that was my last show. And then you did a whole response video with the guy on the cover. You done fucked up, don't you? You done fucked up. The manosphere does criticize a lot of what goes on in black culture. And then it's people like the honorable OG J Speed who will criticize us for doing that criticizing, but you did a real good job pointing out that the nation, how anybody criticize their people or Elijah Muhammad, they ready to go full Joe Pesci on them if need be, or they just give an appropriate reaction to an individual who wronged their leaders or their movement. So, but in that same token, you know, those they can't criticize the sphere for criticizing what we see as wrong with the black community. By that same token, by that same token, that's worth pointing out. So good job on you pointing that out. And we didn't exactly 100% get a solid answer, but I saw that I didn't watch your stream, but I saw you did a stream on it. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting some context. Didn't he call him a fraud? That is hating. It's not hating if you think somebody is actually a fraud and you can back up your argument as to why you think that person is a fraud. Then no, it is not hating. But it can be pointed out that if somebody says, hey, sports are frivolous, we're not going to cover this Cassius Clay character. We're not going to cover that. And then this Cassius Clay character, who's also a Muslim, wins the heavyweight champion of the world. And then he's like, you see, Allah and myself said that he was going to win. Like, no. We can point out that that's some effery. Okay. We can point out that that's some fuckery. Hey, you can't say that something is being done wrong when that is being acknowledged and that is being pointed out. You can't do that. Hey, don't be choking me up here, man. I got a show to do. She got a lot on her mind. This okay. And look, listen. She's getting ahead of herself. Okay. She's getting ahead of herself. Yeah. She was. Yeah, I didn't watch your show, but I already knew where you was going because despite our greatest efforts, Pablo, we couldn't exactly get a straight answer. Couldn't exactly get a straight answer, a straight response. Uh, so yeah, it was definitely worthy of a follow up show. But no, you was definitely on point, and you pointed out something. You pointed out something pretty strong. You gave me an automatic clap back to OG whenever he criticized the Spear. You shouldn't have gave me that one. You should not have gave me that one. Oh man. But where was I? Where was I?
Elijah. Ali's marriage was unraveling. Alone in their Chicago apartment, Ali had allowed Sanjay to wear the miniskirts she preferred, and he would serenade her with songs by Sam Cooke and Benny King while she cooked dinner. But he now grew upset when she appeared in public, dressed in a fashion he believed inappropriate for the wife of a practicing Muslim. In June of 1965, Ali filed to have their marriage annulled, complaining that Sanjay had falsely promised to convert to Islam. "They've stolen my man's mind," said Sanjay, who blamed Elijah Muhammad for the collapse of their marriage.
I gotta
the miniskirts she preferred.
I gotta rewind a few things on this one. Because I gotta break it down bit by bit. Because if I wait for the whole clip, then I know I'm gonna forget some parts. I know I'm gonna forget some parts because it was a lot going on there. Now, first things first, this was the wife that was played by Jada Pinkett in the movie. She was played as a light-skinned woman, but no, that's a dark-skinned sister with a pretty smile, mind you. But it's worth pointing out here. I like to look at documentaries, especially older ones, and like to, cross-reference what we're seeing with versus, things that we talk about and discuss in the manosphere. I do like to do that. It's one of my little favorite pastimes. So listen to what's being said here. I'm gonna break it down bit by bit, but listen to what's being said here.
Alone in their Chicago apartment, Ali had allowed Sanjay to wear the miniskirts she preferred, and he would serenade her with songs by Sam Cooke and Benny King while she cooked dinner. But he now grew upset when she appeared in public, dressed in a fashion he believed inappropriate for the wife of a practicing Muslim.
Okay. Now, here's the situation here. This woman, her biggest problem is that she wasn't able to go out dressed like a hoe. That take away all the fluff and the feathers. That's essentially what was going on. Game Watcher said light washed, not whitewashed. Yeah, they light washed her. They made her light skinned. That was wrong. That was wrong. The documentary is on PBS. You can if you download the PBS app, I think you can watch it for free. Or maybe I was only able to watch it for free because I pay a direct TV bill. I don't know. But I think you can find it on PBS for free. I think. Don't quote me on that one. But yeah, all you had to do is just not dress like a hoe in public. That's a simple ask. He didn't want her wearing short dresses and short, flashy, gaudy looking stuff in public. Now, again, here he is, a rich, successful heavyweight champion of the world. He hasn't fully started leading a movement and revolution quite yet, but still, we're clearly talking about a leader. Now, the argument is if you're an upright man or you're a good leader and you're this and you're that, a woman would just naturally follow and fall in line. But this woman couldn't fall in line behind a man whose value was as high, a man whose value, whose status, and on the way, his money and the physical appearance is as high as it could possibly be. Here we talking about a dark-skinned woman, colorism be damned, a dark-skinned woman in the damn 60s who all she had to do is keep her mouth shut and not leave the house dressed dress skanky. Like that was the only ask. And she couldn't do that. Like that's fascinating. And that's why I will always stand by that. Women are different. You cannot draw a flat line. You can never say it's men are being gaslit if they say if you do A, B, and C, she will automatically do X, Y, and Z because she's a woman and you lead and she follow and you dominant. She'll be submissive. If you're masculine, she'll be feminine. No, she will be who and what the fuck she is, regardless. The only thing they'll do is they'll put their best foot forward for a little while, just like she tried. I think she went like a year trying to put her best foot forward. But eventually she went back to who she was. You cannot change these chicks if that's who they are. It ain't nothing you can do that's going to make them just go through a metamorphosis when they see you, and they just going to yield to the power of your masculinity.
Morphin' time.
They're not going to morph into something that they not. Like we can have a legitimate discussion about pre-selection. We can have a legitimate discussion about that. But we can't have a legitimate discussion. About, if a chick is out of pocket, it's something you're not doing. That's bogus. That is bogus. Queen Q, you said, can you ask a question? You mean come up and ask a question or ask it from the chat? You mean come up and ask a question or ask a question from the chat?
In June of 1965, Ali filed to have their marriage annulled, complaining that Sanji had falsely promised to convert to Islam. They've stolen.
She wouldn't follow his lead.
In my man's mind, said Sanji.
Oh, wait, listen to that.
They've stolen my man's mind, said Sanji, who blamed Elijah Muhammad for the collapse of their marriage. I loved her only if she would follow me in my way of life.
But when she's saying they stole his mind, what she's essentially saying is that she expected him to follow her. She expected the heavyweight champion of the world to follow her lead and her not follow his. That's literally what was expected right there.
Next time I marry, it'll be a girl of 17 or 18, Ali vowed. One I raised to my way of thinking. Next time I marry.
Did y'all catch that part? He said, next woman he marry will be one that is 17 or 18, one that I can raise to my way of thinking. The concept of getting a girl younger and molding her into, your whole thought process. Again, they act like the manosphere created all of that. They act like all that came from the manosphere. No, this is a man in the 60s, the most highest value selectist man walking the earth, is still saying exactly what a lot of men in this space say. If you're gonna be with a woman long term, get her young and mold her to your way of thinking. Mold her, teach her, guide her, train her. That's essentially what Ali just said. That is essentially what Ali just said. That's not a concept that just came out of nowhere. It's not a concept that we made up. It's not a concept that the manosphere just pulled out of thin air. He said it himself right there. This was in the 60s.
I loved her only if she would follow me in my way of life. Next time I marry, it'll be a girl of 17 or 18, Ali vowed. One I raised to my way of thinking.
And he did essentially that, though. He did essentially that. That was his first wife. Now his second. Now, how many wives before he just throwing the towel on wives? That's a whole other thing we're gonna do. Shout out to Zero real quick. Hold on, that's Zero. I think on some effery. Let me find this comment. Let me find this comment. He says, Bernard, the NOI Defense Force is going to say, no, he didn't, and invent history to prove it. Excuse me. Shout out to Zero. Shout out to Zero. Now, he did essentially do that with his next wife. Wait, not there.
September 1965.
Not there. Uh-oh. All right, see, so I'm missing some clips. Okay, I can work around not having that clip. I can work around not having that one. Basically, he met her when she was working at an ice cream shop, an ice cream parlor. Basically, it was a Muslim-owned ice cream shop, and that's where he met her. He just was, going in there to buy some ice cream, some cakes, some muffins, and was flirting with her. Again, goes back to what we've been saying in the sphere for a while. A man could be the most accomplished man walking the earth, have millions of dollars, have everything to lose. He will marry a chick making minimum wage, waiting tables, because she had a pretty smile and was nice. Like, that's how men have been operating for years. Now, women don't realize that they are sabotaging that game. They don't realize that they sabotaging that game with all this modernization, with this whole modern women way of thinking. They are sabotaging their golden tickets. The goose that's laying the golden eggs is going to stop laying them. Ultimately, that's more or less what's happening. A lot of men are looking at it like, no, we not doing that. We not doing that. We not going there. We not. You just showing up being young, cute, pretty smile, fertile. No. I'm not risking everything that I've earned, everything that I've become as a man, about to put that on the line because you're real cutesy. Like, no. Like, but that it's women more than men that ended that game. Men was okay with that game. Men were okay with that game for a long time. Women didn't realize how good they had it, and they fought to have a different game. Now they got the current game, and they're complaining about that. But that is essentially what Ali did with the second, after he got the marriage annulled with the first wife. Then he went on with the second one. Now,
September 1965.
Before I get back on the wife stuff, this is an important little piece of any little small important part of the documentary that I want to talk about. I got clips of it. It ain't all running as linear because I'm about to get to the wives and the harem and the whole thing about that. But this is worth pointing out because it was a reoccurring thing going on. I'm shocked that this was happening back in the 60s. Okay. This was, during the civil rights movement or coming out of the civil rights movement, that it was black people back then that pushed back against Ali being a black Muslim, or Ali being attached to a black separatist movement, Ali calling out the racism, fighting against it, pushing back against it. I didn't realize that back then, that even to this degree, to the degree that it was black people who pushed back and fought against that. I didn't think that was that much of a thing back then. I thought most black people agreed that it was a problem, because see, right now here in this space, there are people, and I'm one of them, that think racism is a small thing. And a lot of people that complain about racism are doing black people and actually doing themselves a disservice, depending on how your complaint and how you frame that complaint. There's the whole victim mentality, the excuse making mentality. Okay. But back then, the laments about racism, they were legitimate. So I found it fascinating with this clip that I'm about to play, how homeboy here, somebody Ali was fighting, was on the other side of that. Like, that was fascinating to me.
Ali traveled to New York to announce that his next opponent would be the former heavyweight champion, Floyd Patterson. Patterson, now 30, had been campaigning for a shot at Ali ever since he won the title. He saw his challenge as a moral crusade. The image of a black Muslim as champion is not good, he told the press. Cassius must be beaten. Patterson said he intended to win the title back for America. Ali was livid. I'm an American, he said, but he's a deaf, dumb, and blind so-called Negro who needs a spanking. The press ate it up. It is Christian against black Muslim. It is good guy against bad guy, wrote Dick Young of the New York Daily News, who called the matchup a holy war.
Floyd came across as the white man's apologist. And for us, at that time, that was enough. This was during the period of the long hot summer riots. Rebellion was in the air. People thought that revolution was a real possibility, you know. The smell of burning cities made that a serious plausibility. And so this was a different era.
Number 19.
All right. Now, as I kind of expected, OG hit me with the I'm doing the same thing right now. It was a different time back then. Shout out to Obsidian when he pointed out that, look, whether you agree with all the movements from back then or not, they worked. They worked. We in a different time. We in a different time right now. So when I criticize those, or when a lot of people in this space, a lot of people who reject the whole victim narrative, criticize people today who are either complaining about racism or got to stand up or fight for this, got to march for this, got to do this, got to do that. When we criticize some of that, because a lot of it is rooted in victimhood. There are some legitimate things that, yeah, okay, if you can get a policy changed on this, okay, great. If you can move the needle on this, great. Absolutely. But the whole victim narrative of what a lot of black people are doing today, I think it's gotten to a point where it's counterproductive. But back then, I would have been on the side of Ali. But you're trying to make it, a lot of people will try to make it seem like where Ali was at with it, as if the circumstances are the same here right now. And so to be so to take the position that I have now is to be taking the position that I believe that was Ruben Patterson. I almost forgot the fighter's name that he had, but I think his position was ridiculous because they were in a legit situation where it was time to fight. It was either time to fight or you know, now I'm not even going to say or, because both sides was fighting. Whether it was the Martin Luther King way of going about it, they were fighting in their own way, and the Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad side of it, Muhammad Ali side of it, they were fighting in their own way. The whole by any means necessary, I got it, but it was also an element and an aspect of we're doing it ourselves, we're building it ourselves. We don't need them. We just want separation from y'all. Y'all doing more harm to us than good. We want to separate. We want to be over here. We want to do our own thing. We want to build our own thing. That's the side that, looking back at it, that's the side that was right. Now, I don't want to live in a country where it's forced segregation, but if people just organically segregate themselves, and while they've organically, naturally segregated themselves, they build it themselves while they've segregated themselves, then I'm good. But if we're going to fast forward to 2021, after the civil rights movement was a success, civil rights legislation was passed, some people are organically segregating. A lot of people have organically segregated themselves, whether they realize it or not. But the building of businesses isn't happening, and then so now it's looking to the government to fix a problem that we was already fixing ourselves. No, I would have been on the side of Ali and Malcolm X back then. I mean, it's hard to say exactly what you would have done in the exact situation, but looking back at it, I can look at it and say that they were right, and I could say that they were right, and I could say that the Floyd Patterson, I believe his name was on the wrong side of it, criticizing Ali for taking a stand. But what a lot of people try to do to the sphere, or more conservative black men who understand that in these modern times, the old war is over, is that we get charged up with being Reuben Patterson, who will be called a coon. That's what we get charged up with being. But I tend to believe that those that are still operating in the whole victim narrative and the government need to save us, I think that's more cooning. I think that's more tap dancing. Like that's where I'm at with that. That's where I'm at with that. I said Reuben Patterson. I meant Floyd Patterson. I'm sorry. I think I got it right the second time. I think I got that right the second time. Shout out to Dark Knight Mentality down there. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. 208 people in here. 125 on the likes. 125 on the likes. And shoot, while I'm at it, might as well go on and do this. This was a clip. This was like right after Malcolm X died right here.
Malcolm is the victim of his own preaching. He preached violence, and so he becomes the victim of it.
He said Malcolm X was a victim of his own preaching. He preached violence, so he became a victim of it. But Malcolm X was preaching the same by any means necessary when he was preaching and working for Elijah Muhammad. So I don't know how he could say that when he essentially had the same message. So that was just a real backhanded thing to say in response to Malcolm X's death. And speaking of that comment that they shouldn't even play, they should have buried this. They should have deleted it, burned the tape. I'm gonna play it a couple times. Y'all can hear what Ali said here. Hold on. Wait, that ain't it.
The way I see it,
oh, this
Malcolm,
is the same thing.
Is the victim of his own preaching. He preached violence, and so he becomes the victim of it.
And anybody else who attacks or talks about attacking the Elijah Muhammad will die. No man can oppose the message of Almighty God verbally or physically and get away with it.
Let me play that again.
Anybody else who attacks or talks about attacking the Elijah Muhammad will die. No man can oppose the message of Almighty God verbally or physically and get away with it.
Yeah, that I don't even know what to make of that statement. I'm just at a loss when I hear that. But like I don't even know what to do with that statement. But I do know from watching it, like Ali was loyal to a fault to Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X was too at one point. They all were. They no, I charged him up with that. I charged him up with that, and he denied it. On the previous show, I charged him up with that, and he denied it. He tried to check me real quick on that one, and now he's saying, "So you keep on believing." So you keep on believing. Tell live vision. I see what you did there. Television, tell live vision. So he just hit me with the who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? He just hit me with that. He's only repeating the doctrine of Islam. I think that's the probably a fair point. I'm not going to claim to know the full doctrine of Islam, but you might be on to something. And I'm glad you said it. There, I've seen that video. There's a video of Farrakhan low key admitting that the NOI killed Malcolm X. And Ali was loyal to a fault, and I think he parroted what he heard. I think Ali parroted what he heard right there, and that just is what it is. But yeah, that one right there, I rewinded that one a bunch of times when I was listening, and I didn't even know what to do with that statement. I couldn't. Yeah, I could do that. I wasn't shocked when Farrakhan said it. I wouldn't really shocked when Farrakhan said it. He forgot to end with the my brother. My brother. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but I look. I ain't just trying to kick dirt. But I didn't know what to do with that statement. I didn't. All right, let's get back into talking about let's get back into talking about his wives. Let's switch gears here for a moment.
Both Veronica and Belinda.
Okay, yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. All right, that was the second wife. That was the third wife. All right. We knew there was a third wife that he met in Zaire. If you watched the movie, I think she was working or traveling with them doing something or whatever, but he had met her down there. One thing that we didn't know is that it was overlap. We didn't know it was overlap between the two. And is it just me? Is it just me going back to the first wife? Are these wives, they getting lighter and lighter skinned at it? I mean, that was the first, second, third. I lead them wives getting lighter and lighter. Now you're working your way down to a white woman now, nigga. You're working your way down to a white woman. Look at that. First, second, third. He on his way. He on his he working his way on down to a white woman. LB Crypto says, get out of there, Bernard, brother. Who was that? Mazone from The Wire. Oh, see, I didn't watch The Wire. I'm still behind on that. I just recently binge watched Game of Thrones. The Wire is the next thing on my binge watch list. So yeah, The Wire is the next thing on my binge watch list. I only watched season 1 of The Wire. I'm going to get at you. He said that that the individual that he named is going to be at my door, going to be at your doorstep. Yeah, I'm playing with hot water. I'm playing with hot water. No, I didn't watch The Wire, Al Boogie. Didn't I? I watched season 1. I watched season 1. So I got to get caught up. I like to let stuff just ride and get all the way off the air. I like for it to be all the way off the air when I finally watch it, and I just really just strap in and watch the whole thing. Pablo, you must be behind the stream when I say I don't know what to make of it, referring to the statement by Ali. Yeah, that statement he made. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, but you saying I do know what to make of it. I'm trying to leave it. But yeah. But the wives, they getting lighter and lighter. But he met her when they was out there, out and about. He was still married to her. That's that's younger her. 16 when he met her. She was 18 when they met. He be getting them young like Leo. Leonardo DiCaprio, he be getting them young. But one thing I didn't know that I was shocked about, and that's the picture in the thumbnail, it ended up being overlap. Like the one on the left, they had been married for a little while. She's a little older, but that's her young replacement right there. But they was straight getting it in. Hold on, where's my clips? They was straight getting it in together.
Both Veronica and Belinda, now Kalila, often traveled with him. At first, the press identified Veronica as the family's babysitter or Kalila's cousin. But rumors began to circulate. A harem atmosphere prevailed around Ali, wrote one reporter, who noted that Kalila had begun introducing Veronica as Ali's other wife. Kalila had grown to accept her husband's cheating, at times even facilitating his liaisons.
At times facilitating his liaisons. Now when some people wanted to trip on Kevin Samuels a little bit when he was saying, talking about high value men be having options, and you just got to come to terms with accepting the fact that, yeah, depending on the highness of the value of that man, if he's in the top 1% of 1% of a 1%er, which Muhammad Ali was, that, yeah, a lot of women got to make their peace with the notion that, yeah, you probably going to be sharing him. You're probably going to be sharing him. Oh shit, hold on. I didn't mean to go all the way there yet.
Began to circulate. A harem atmosphere prevailed around Ali, wrote one reporter, who noted that Kalila had begun introducing Veronica as Ali's other wife. Kalila had grown to accept her husband's cheating, at times even facilitating his liaisons, and she occasionally befriended her rivals. Ali had fathered children with at least 2 other women during their marriage, but through it all, Kalila stayed with him.
Now, don't approve of that message. Having babies on her. I don't approve that message. But when you're top 1% of a 1% of a 1% guy, you got options that you're going to exercise, and it is what it is. And she accepted it, and she was cool with it, and she was facilitating it. But damn, don't be out there putting babies in chicks. But I don't even know what condoms really. I don't think they used condoms in the 70s. So I mean, I don't know how you even avoid it. I ain't getting into that, but I don't approve. I want to make it clear, I don't approve that message out there. Just having babies. No, don't approve that message.
I had to be his wife, and then I had to be his friend too. When he had a problem with a fraternity.
That's her right now, gentlemen. Do not criticize the aging process. She was by his side, ride or die. Married him, got with him when she was 16, 17 years old, and stuck by his side for a very long time. So we talk about chicks hitting the wall, but we don't just beat up on old ladies over here. Let her be an old lady. I gotta tell this to you Negroes, because y'all will criticize the looks of a 70-year-old woman. Just shame on y'all. Shame on y'all.
You sued or some chick just trying to milk him for money, he had to come to me and tell me about it. And they say this is my kid. I had to not be a wife and be his friend and says, let me look at the kid. I'll see if it's yours.
That was a DNA test back then. Let me look at the kid. I'll see if it's yours. That was their DNA test back then.
Became clear that Ali's relationship with Veronica had developed into something more. Kalila agreed to put up with her presence if it meant avoiding a divorce.
And so again, I like to point out when things that get said in the manosphere where they be talking like we made it up, but no, it's a fairly common thing. She didn't want to get a divorce. She understood who she was married to. And then so she accepted it under certain terms and conditions, ultimately. Like, that's what happened there. And everybody blew a gasket when Kevin Samuels was talking about high value men exercising their options. Now, Kevin Samuels also talked about it as the right way to do it and the wrong way to do it. And Ali dabbled into doing it the wrong way to some degree. I mean, the wrong way if you're talking about him having kids. You having outside kids. I don't know if one of the kids they were referring to were kids by her. Then I guess that technically wouldn't be a problem. I mean, her and the two of them did eventually get married on paper. The two of them did ultimately get married on paper. I mean, she was essentially in-house. She was essentially a part of the harem. The harem, you know, is what it is in that situation. But it's random groupie chicks that you can't be knocking up. That's just a whole nother whole nother thing. GA boy said, "Granny, know if it's your baby." Let me look at them. Nah. They don't know that eyeball test, that eyeball DNA test. The DNA test back then, they just had to eyeball it. Nah, you couldn't eyeball it. Forget that. I don't care how much he looked like me. I don't care how much that little boy looked like me. We ain't eyeballing this thing. We ain't eyeballing this thing. We are not eyeballing it.
It gets very complicated. One of the factors was that his manager, Herbert Muhammad, did not want him to divorce her because she was a Muslim.
On July 1st, 1970, both.
One thing he said there when he said Herbert Muhammad, that was Elijah Muhammad's son. When she said Herbert Muhammad didn't want him to divorce her, didn't want her to divorce him because she was a Muslim. And yeah, they wanted him to be married to a good, Muslim chick or whatever. Like here's Ali. If you watched it, he was letting them control his life too damn much. He was letting them control his life too much. That was one thing, and you can kind of see that in the movie, but it kind of hit harder in the documentary as well. They was controlling and running his life, and he didn't have to have it like that. He had that mentality of, I'm my own boss, statement he, got from Malcolm X. He had that mentality. So yeah, okay, you your own boss, but you really just switch bosses. You're letting them run you. No white man is running you, but you letting them run you. And I did actually develop a respect for Don King when I was watching this as well. Because Don King, one thing about Don King, he said this. He didn't put none of his money in the bank. He kept all his money in cash, no matter how much he had. He kept it all in cash because he said he ain't want the white man. He want them to know how much money he had. But his biggest sales pitch to other boxers, his biggest sales pitch to black boxers is that, don't let them rob from you. You need to work with me. We the same skin color. I got your back. But really, when you read between the lines, it was, don't let them rob you. Let me rob you. And the reason I, gathered some respect for him, but just from the standpoint that he saw what white men was doing on the business end of the whole boxing game, and he got in there and capitalized and took that over. He took that over from a business standpoint, even though he was just as crooked as the white men were in the business. He was just as crooked, but he got in there and got his piece of that pie. He got in there and got his piece of that pie. So I came away from it. I don't got a clip of Don King in here, but I came away from it with Don King that, having a certain amount of respect for him, because I used to just look at him as a crook, but now that I've gotten older, lived a little more, seen a little more, this dog eat dog world out here, I'm not gonna criticize a black man for pulling a boss move and doing what he got to do, try to take a piece of it when he see other men doing the same shit. So that's why I didn't have a problem with I have a problem with Don King no more after watching this one, because Don King was he was in there hustling. He was in there hustling. He was out hustling them white men at their own game, and I respected that. Even though he was still a crook to the boxers that he worked with, I respect the way that he was beating them white men at their own game that they was playing. So I did like and respect that. Captain Cisco in the building, he says that Will Smith Ali movie was garbage. It could have been better. Spike Lee was hating on it. I remember when Spike Lee said they took one of the most exciting men on earth and made a boring movie about his life. He was like, that's very difficult to do. And some aspects of the movie did drag and it was boring, but overall, I can't truly knock the movie. I mean, it was Ali, so it's hard to make a movie about Ali and the movie not be entertaining. But that thing did drag in some moments. It did drag in some moments. It could have been better. Yeah, and what Dark Knight Mentality just said pretty much is the opinion a lot of people got about that movie, that Will Smith. Hold on. They should wait. Hold on. Oh, good point there. He said they should have showed Ali. They should have showed all the Frazier fights. You're right. They did only show his loss because they stopped the movie. Yeah, that was stupid. They stopped the movie. Yeah, after the Rumble in the Jungle. It was so much more after that. Because he had his second fight. You see, yeah, they skipped a lot because he had his second redemption fight with Joe Frazier. You know, it was 3 years after the first fight that he lost, and then he won. He beat Joe Frazier, and then even before that, he had fought Ken Norton. Ken Norton broke his jaw in the second round of a fight, and then he came back and he beat Ken Norton, and it was somebody else that he beat that he wasn't exactly expected to beat, because it was like they were saying he was washed and he was done. But no, that was pretty much it. He was fought after the Frazier fight. He fought a lot of tune-up fights where he was trying to get his stuff back together. And then he fought Ken Norton, who they was expecting him to beat. Ken Norton broke his jaw in the second round, and Ken Norton beat him. And then, that Leon Spinks, that came later. That was after George Foreman. But so after he lost to Ken Norton, he came back and he beat Ken Norton. And then he came back and he beat Frazier again. So he avenged those two losses, and then he went and beat George Foreman and won the title again. Then he fought another title fight against Joe Frazier in the Thriller in Manila and won the trilogy. And then when he was fighting other fighters, Leon Spinks only had 6 fights under his belt, but was a young, hard-hitting fighter. Ali was in his mid to late 30s, past his prime. Leon Spinks beat him. Then he came back, got himself back together again, and beat Leon Spinks, and then won the title for the 3rd time. He was like 38 at that point. Like what I just described right there, that's truly why Ali is the greatest. Because his second act after he was past his prime, all those fights that I just named are fights that he won past his prime, that he was expected to lose. That's what really solidified him as the greatest. It's not what you do in your prime. There's a lot of people that have an amazing prime. Tracy McGrady had an amazing prime. Tracy McGrady at his highest point in Orlando, you could argue he was better than Kobe, LeBron, and Durant ever been at his peak moment in Orlando. But you can't just be flash in the pan, just have a real high peak. It's that sustained greatness, like the fights Ali most known for. His 3 fights with Joe Frazier, his fight with George Foreman, and then Ken Norton and Leon Spinks, all that took place past his prime. Michael Jordan won, as I talked about this before, Michael Jordan won 3 championships, 3 finals MVPs, 3 scoring titles, and 2 regular season MVPs, all past his prime. Like, that's what solidified him as the greatest. And that took away from the argument of Mike Tyson being the greatest, because Mike Tyson, past his prime, wasn't able to to get it done like that. Mike Tyson is one of the ones who had just that really high peak, where you take him in his peak, shit, really versus anybody, you'd be safe bet putting your money on Mike Tyson, but he didn't have that long sustaining greatness over time. You know, he needed to beat Holyfield, and then beat Holyfield then, and fought Lennox Lewis when he had more left in the tank. Foreman almost killed Frazier. Yeah, that was a trip. But where was I at? Where was I going? Well, of course, Mike Tyson gonna say Ali is the greatest. I wouldn't expect nothing else, nothing less from Mike Tyson, but to say that. Oh shit! Here's the funny part. I promised y'all I wasn't talking about tricking. I promised I wasn't talking about tricking. But I couldn't resist this temptation. I could not resist this temptation. Y'all got to hear this.
Life on the road was chaotic. Between workouts, Ali goofed off with Houdini, played pranks on unsuspecting companions, and spent hours in front of the television. He also sought to fulfill his near insatiable craving for sex, regularly cheating on his wife, at times paying women for sex. Regularly cheating on his wife, at times paying women for sex, at times paying women for sex, at times paying women for sex. His rendezvous were often arranged by the men in his entourage.
All right. I had to throw that out there. I had to throw that one out there. At times paying women for sex. Yes, even Muhammad Ali would pay for poon every now and then, out of a convenience, of course, out of convenience. It was probably more convenient to just have his entourage just go out there and get the women, and and let them know that it's a business deal. They coming and going. They got to punch and get out. But it's worth throwing that out into the discussion that even Muhammad Ali, even the greatest of all time, paid for some pussy from time to time. But no, that was a great documentary. I've been remiss if I didn't take the time to talk about that. It was a 4-part documentary on PBS. I think you can go watch it. If you download the PBS app, I do believe you could watch it for free. It's 4 rounds, and you could watch the whole thing for free. I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. I just covered a few points of it that that jumped out to me. Oh, one more thing. When all of his stuff, okay, it's a few things. And I actually got to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna need somebody else to come up here and start talking so I can go run to the bathroom. But a couple things. When he didn't go into the draft, actually, we gonna do this real quick. Pablo coming to save me. All right, Pablo. I'm gonna turn the speaker on. I'm gonna be able to hear you. But you got the floor, you got the mic. Go ahead and fire away because I got to go to the restroom.
So what am I firing away on? Just Ali in general, as it relates to the manosphere?
You could fire away at whatever part of it you want while I go to the restroom.
All right.
You can talk about anything. You got the floor. It's your show. Just go ahead. You got it. Oh, I see Obsidian in the back chat too.
I'm a bit of an Ali historian. I was a child of the 70s. I would literally sit on my dad's knee and watch Muhammad Ali fights. So when Muhammad Ali passed away, that was a very emotional experience for me because he was the last tie to my father. And let me give people some context. In the 1970s, 1960s and 70s, Muhammad Ali was the most famous man on the planet. The only way I can explain it to you is Michael Jordan on steroids times 2, because there was no ESPN, there was no social media, there was no 24-hour news cycle. So you could watch Muhammad Ali on ABC Wide World of Sports would come on, and he'd do his thing with Howard Cosell. That's how Howard Cosell became famous. He made other people famous who covered him. That's how famous he was. So you got to remember, when he was doing these things, there was a lot of pushback. He had as many haters and detractors as he had supporters. And as far as the women were concerned, it was known that when he went over to Zaire to fight Foreman, that his wife was with him. And it became a bit of a scandal in the press that he was seen and spotted out with this other woman. That was a big scandal. My parents were talking about it. Everybody was talking about it, right? It was like Dwayne Wade going on break with with Gabrielle Union. Only it was, like I said, it was 10 times bigger than that, right? So there's that. That's a little background info on how how huge of a star Muhammad Ali was. And that's why I bristle at these guys who come on social media and say, well, if you just more of an alpha male, women will do this and do that naturally. Well, as you can see, in his first wife, Sanji Roy, for that time, she was what we would call for the streets. She was a cocktail waitress. Uh, she wore these short miniskirts and revealing clothes, and he didn't want that. Right? He was actually introduced to her by Herbert Muhammad, another Muslim, his manager. But his intent was not for him to marry her. It was for him, to have fun with her, have sex, be a little outlet for him until they could find a suitable Muslim wife for him. But he took a liking to her, and because he was their cash cow and he was their most famous convert, they allowed him to marry this woman. She didn't change a thing about herself. She continued to be for the streets. If the most famous, most masculine, baddest man on the planet can't make you be feminine, who among us can? The answer is nobody. These guys run around saying, oh, if you do this and be that or be the other or make more money or do this and that these women are going to be loyal, submissive, or anything like that. It's a bunch of crap. And Muhammad Ali's situation, for me, proves that.
I think the problem, though, Pablo, is, and good afternoon, by the way, is who made that argument?
It's made in this space by other men. I'm not saying by you, but it is made by different guys who come on the panels. Not necessarily content creators, but the pushback.
Why are we concerned? Oh, okay, so why are we concerned? You said that they're not necessarily content creators; they're commenters, right?
Yes.
So why are we concerned about what commenters have to say?
No, there are some actual content creators that have made statements like that.
Such as,
I hate to drop names, but if you put me on the spot with that, it was basically a lot of dating coaches. Lucario being one of them. Somebody who I respect, by the way. I would definitely.
So Lucario says, I just want to make sure
okay,
I had an interaction with him recently over on Facebook. So I want to make sure I got this right because I don't want to misquote him.
Okay.
You're saying that Lucario is saying that Pablo is saying that if a black man has his act together and does and so and does this and does that and pays for everything and does and so, she'll get everything. Did he say that?
He didn't say pay for everything.
But Pablo, that is what you said.
No, I said alpha your way through it. You'll be such an alpha male that she won't have any choice but to be in her feminine energy.
Oh, okay.
Those kind of comments.
Okay, and you used as your key example the late great Muhammad Ali.
Sanji Roy, yeah, and his first wife,
Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali was the greatest.
You get no pushback from me on that.
He was massively successful.
He was one of the most successful and famous athletes of the 20th century. He's
Okay,
probably time man.
so his success is part of the alpha male profile. Is it not?
I think so.
Yeah,
but some people would argue differently. But yeah, I personally think so.
Okay, so being tall, he was 6'3", tall, successful, you know, all those traits, and still he couldn't make it happen, right?
Well, he did eventually with somebody else, but yeah.
Well, Pablo dropped off for a second, so I don't want to. I wait for him to come back. I just see I guess the thing with me is I like to drill down on exactly who said what.
I mean, that's kind of ubiquitous throughout this space and in general. A lot of women actually make that point. That basically say the argument goes along the lines of, well, if a woman is not doing A, B, and C, it's because you're not doing X, Y, and Z. If you were this type of man or that type of man, then the woman would just automatically fall in line. It's actually their nature to fall in line when a man is on point and when a man is right. So you just not on point.
Now you actually addressed that point in a very good debate that you had with the Breakdown crew.
Yeah, that's
and I agree with your position. My position is the same as yours. You articulated it beautifully, Bernard. This idea that if a brother is firing on all cylinders, you know, sister's just going to, you know, drop trowel and just, you know, fall in line, whatever you like. That's a bunch of bunk.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that maybe you're just not a good match. Maybe that's just all it means. Maybe you're not a good match for that, you know, fill in the blank woman. Maybe y'all just don't hit it off. That's all it is. That's all it is. Maybe she falls in line for another guy. Maybe another woman that you find will fall in line. But maybe that's all it means, is that you just don't hit it. That's it.
Okay.
And that's my point. The other point that I agree with you on, that you didn't make that point, I did, but the point that you made in your debate with the Breakdown crew is this: there are black women who are just disagreeable. They have disagreeable personalities. They're type A, hard driving people. They're going to disagree no matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why we just can't accept that.
Well, that's the argument that I make all the time. And that argument does get some pushback, but I make that point I mean, you are right to point out that that was essentially the point of that debate, but I will stand on that there's some women, like, cause even when you said that, hey, maybe the two of you just are not a match, maybe she's gonna, you know, fall in line for some other guy. I tend to believe that it's some women that their fall in line is like a temporary, short-term, casual, sexual falling in line. But as far as actually being with them and them acting the way that an upright man would actually want a woman to act, there's some of them that it's just a no-go. That dog won't hunt. So I will stand by that one. Like, anybody who's making an argument that you can just through the either the power of your alphaness or the two of you are just so compatible that she's going to act right. I don't know if she's fucking I'm not talking about clinically crazy. I'm just talking about just, you know, the type of crazy that we say when we just, you know, casually say somebody is crazy. If she's crazy and you're crazy, yeah, two crazy people can just get together and be crazy together. I will concede that point. But as far as a completely out of pocket chick, some guys say that, oh no, I can. She'll get in line for me because of, you know, this attribute or that attribute, or because I do this, because I do that, or because I'm a good leader, or because I'm that. Now I don't buy that. There's some people that just bad people. Put it like that.
Yeah. And as for the idea that I didn't know that it was possible, because I heard about this in passing with regard to Wilt Chamberlain. I didn't know it was possible to Me Too someone posthumously.
Yes, apparently you can.
What this shows, Bernard, if I may, is the Me Too movement is completely dead. It's done. And, you know, part of the reason, of course, we all know what happened with another famous Philadelphian, Wilt Chamberlain is one. Played for the Sixers, the Big Dipper. He didn't like his other nickname, Wilt the Stilt. But you know, Bill Cosby exonerated. But we also have the Chris Cuomo debacle. You may not be familiar with this, Bernard. I'll try and find it if I can, the article, and post it up in the link in the chat room and for everybody else to read it. But there was a very big scandal with Chris Cuomo regarding Me Too. Huge scandal. Big. Because it turned out that the chief counsel regarding Me Too, an Asian lady, was trying to, you know, get his fat out the fire. Did you know about that?
No, not exactly.
Yeah. They was trying to get his fat out the fire. So
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just about to say I wasn't completely sure on what all happened right there, and I do apologize because I was reading some notes and looking at looking at something in the chat, so I don't know exactly where you were going. You were talking about Chris Cuomo and trying to get his fat out the fire.
Yes, there was lawyers. There's a lawyer. I'm trying to find the article now. There's a lawyer because I ran across the article in the Washington Post. There's a lawyer. She's a Asian lady who, you know, what it comes down to is partisan lines. They're all Democrats, and they was trying to basically, you know, try to you know, get his fat out the fire. She ended up she ended up stepping down. There was a huge debacle over it, and you know, the whole bit. I'm trying to find it now.
Yeah, I don't know as much about that one, but you do make an interesting point that essentially shows the Me Too movement is over if they're trying to Me Too dead men who can't defend themselves. That shows the joke that it is. That is really not even a. It's almost just say it, just throw it out there and see what you can gain from throwing it out there. As vague as possible. That's what's annoying me the most about the whole Wilt Chamberlain thing. That it was put out there as vague as humanly possible. She gave no details, no specifics about what happened. It's almost like she's using the Me Too movement to try to help sell a book. That's about a bunch of other stuff too. I mean, her book isn't just about that. Her book is about a bunch of other stuff. But one of the chapters in the book is you'll never work in this town again. And that's where she's talking about the Me Too. She's putting that in there and using that as the selling point of how she's going to try to sell her book. But she knows she can't do it if she tries to take a live body and say that this person did A, B, and C to me. And then so now it's a debate. Now it's a discussion. Let me pin it on a dead guy who everybody knows has sex with a lot of women. Let me pin it on him. And I
found an article. I found the article. It's actually in the National Review. I'll post this link right now. You can go ahead and post it on the on the screen if you like. I'll read from it briefly for everybody's edification. This comes from National Review, August 9th, 2021. Time's Up co-founder resigns amid backlash over Cuomo ties. August 9th, 2021. The co-founder of Time's Up, an advocacy group created amid the Me Too movement to combat sexual harassment, resigned on Monday following reports that she was involved in an effort to discredit a woman who accused New York Governor Andrew Cuomo of harassment. Excuse me, that's Andrew Cuomo, not Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo is his brother who works over at CNN. That's my bad. Andrew Cuomo. Miss Roberta Kaplan, who co-founded the group and heads its legal defense fund, said in her resignation letter that her work as a lawyer prevents her from publicly responding to questions about her involvement in that effort. Kaplan represents former top Cuomo aide Melissa DeRosa, and both reviewed a draft letter aimed at discrediting Cuomo accuser Lindsey Boylan, according to a report by New York attorney Letitia James. The article goes from there, and you guys can check it out. But this is just more evidence that Me Too has pretty much completely and utterly discredited itself.
Yeah. Shout out to KD. Appreciate you coming through with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. We got, now I'm shocked, there's 213 people in here. I'm shocked we don't got 200 likes this late into the game. We should definitely have 200 likes. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button. But yeah, it's wild. It's wild. But no, I do agree with you that it is over. But see, here's the thing: as far as the Me Too movement being over, can it really be over if all they essentially have to do is just vaguely say something and then write a book and then just use the momentum to just garner attention?
Sure. I mean, you remember the story of Peter and the Wolf?
Yeah.
Right? When you was a kid, you never heard that story?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah. There you go. It's not going to work anymore. And see the number one problem with Me Too, it wasn't that the issue that they were talking about, and to be brutally frank, we have to say this as well, the white Me Too movement, because they did hijack Tarana Burke's movement. Tarana Burke was talking about something completely different with regard to Me Too. She wasn't talking about sexual harassment on the job. She was talking about essentially incest is what she was talking about. And you know that kind of got short shrift because her movement was hijacked right from under him. So we have to really refer to this as the white Me Too movement. And the white Me Too movement focused on sexual harassment on the job. Now, hey, I'm behind that. I don't think the workplace should be a place where there should be any fraternizing. It's about doing the job, get the job done, and you go home. You fraternize on your own time. So I'm down for that. But see, here's the problem. The ladies didn't think this thing through, because we guys are problem solvers. So we'll fix the problem that they're talking about. Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook has already gone on record with this. Guys on Wall Street don't want to meet with women anymore. They don't want to be around them. They don't want them, in their office. They'll just cut you out the equation. And think about this, Bernard. Do you really want to piss off the people who are already fixing it right now to where an estimated 40% of workers right now will be out of a job in 15 years due to AI? You want to know who the majority of those workers are going to be? It ain't going to be men. It's going to be women.
Right.
Do you really want to piss those guys off?
Right. Yeah, no, that's definitely something that they didn't have the foresight when they started this thing. They didn't anticipate any counter moves. That's the problem that they got ultimately going to. No, I shouldn't say that they're going to run into. That they are running into is that men are handling women differently on the workplace. Not that the men are making extra concerns and provisions to make sure that women are not sexually harassed. The men are operating like, hey, we're not sexually harassing these women. We're taking all these preventative measures to make sure that we're not going to be accused of anything. And by doing that, they're lowering and decreasing women's positioning at the workplace, because the men don't want to deal with them, talk to them, or do anything with have a single conversation with them that's not 100% work related, and all of those those ongoing conversations, extra coaching and meeting and this and that, and sometimes that's ultimately leads to promotions and all kind of other stuff like that. So they're getting their results and their outcomes from that. But OGJ Speed, I don't know if you accuse me of talking about or promoting a hit piece on the NOI. I'll let you go ahead and have the floor and have the mic.
Just like to say good morning to everybody. I don't know if you can hear me.
It's afternoon. It's afternoon.
Afternoon. It was morning. I'm in California. 9:44. All right. Good morning to Celia.
Hey, man.
How's it going, my brother? I think it was a hit piece. And the reason why I think it's a hit piece because most of your people who come on your channel who are pretty much up on the game of they research, and Acedia is one of them. He don't get his information from one source. And for you to do a piece like that and get it from the same people who promoted Christopher Columbus discovered America, and no friend of the Nation of Islam or no friend of any black organization, if you really want to just talk about it. And for you to get all that information from one source and then try to lay it out on the table as you did this morning, I think it was a hit piece. You was taking care of two birds with one stone. And that's just what I believe. And you think you're the first person that did that? And another thing, when you do stuff like that, it may be great for your audience, but do you really think these people on the internet give a damn what would happen to you or not happen to you if something was to happen to you on this damn internet?
What do you mean if something happened to me?
I'm just saying, y'all say things. You said something in your earlier piece. You took the clip from Muhammad Ali saying, if you Elijah Muhammad, but did that piece fit anything with Malcolm X? Did you join that together? Or that's just something we say with all the people who are the leaders of the Nation of Islam at the time they had the Nation of Islam? I would have said the same thing with Dr. Khalid. I would have said the same thing with Minister Farrakhan. So what I'm saying is, and another thing about, did you forget to say that in the Nation of Islam, you can have more than one wife? And Islam is all together. You can have more than one wife.
Oh, I wasn't criticizing the having.
No, I know you weren't criticizing, but the way it was laid out. See, it's not about criticizing. It's how you lay things out.
Well. In addition to, I did make a distinction between that. Okay, when he brought on the woman that ended up being his actual third wife, that was one thing. But then there was still there was some outside babies that he had with some other women, and then he was a serial cheater. So I mean, per what they said, they said. So I mean, he was out there getting it in, doing a lot of stuff. So
I wasn't behind the man's door, but just like I say, is your information is as good as the source you get it from, and what was their intent, and what was their narrative. If it fits yours and that's what you wanted to do, you did a great job at it. And I know you might laugh at it, but you think we ain't never heard this stuff before. You think we ain't never seen people take and make a hit piece on not knowing enough about a subject, but then they get one source. It's just like me when I get in the studio. All right. I can take your shit.
They asking a good question in the chat room.
Okay, well, again, I don't pay.
Are you threatening? Are you threatening?
No, I'm not. I don't take Pablo even serious. Number one.
Okay, I'm asking you. Was that a threat?
No, I just asked you a question. I asked you a question. It has nothing to do with a threat. That was in a question.
They don't care. They don't care.
I said, did you think?
You said, do you think these people in the audience care what happened to you for the things that I'm saying, implying that the things that I'm saying
just talking about that subject. I'm just saying any subject
happened to me.
Right. I'm just saying any subject you're dealing with, you think they really care? Do you think these people really care? That's all I ask you.
If it leaked out that I died an untimely death, I think most of the people that are subscribed to me would be a bit sad.
And you keep believing that. And you live long enough, you'll understand that when you are doing something in life, yes, a lot of people care, but it's on a false premise. They only care because you on the mountaintop. It's no different from the damn club who might be on the mountaintop one year, and the next year they care about that club, but they really didn't care. They were just being entertained. You got to understand, there's a difference in caring and entertaining.
Okay, I don't.
I
See
know
why.
it's getting a little deep. Wait a minute, but
No,
see,
no,
this is the way you laid it out.
It wasn't deep. It just was that I don't even understand why we're even having a conversation about that.
I just asked the question about it. You won. That went.
I mean, a lot of people interpreted it as a
a lot of people
threat,
right? And in the same way, I interpreted what you said as a hit piece. We all have opinions,
You're allowed
Bernard.
to interpret it as a hit piece. You are allowed to interpret it as a hit piece.
And so, as well as
I only played parts where Elijah Muhammad said on camera that Malcolm X's I'll even play it.
You don't have to play it again. You made it clear the first time, Bernard.
All right, yeah, Malcolm.
Okay, so if I say, wait,
hold on, real quick.
Okay,
they said his violent rhetoric. He basically made the same statement that Malcolm X made about JFK when Malcolm X said that was America's chickens coming home to roost. He was basically saying that's Malcolm X chickens coming home to roost.
Right.
He basically made the same statement.
It was basically made the same statement, but there was something different about that statement.
Okay, what was different?
The reason he was told not to make that statement is because brothers out there in the street, sisters out there in the street, and to know that the love that people had for Kennedy, because most of the time you went in black people's house, they had a picture of Martin Luther King, Jesus Christ, and Kennedy on their wall. It came in a 3-set. Matter of fact, 3 pictures on one picture, right? So, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad felt at that time that it was not good to make that statement since people had so much love. Black people and white people had so much love, and it would bring harm to the foot soldiers and the women of the Nation of Islam.
Do you think it was at least ill-timed or
okay, I'm gonna tell you why.
Coincidental for him to make the same statement after Malcolm X died?
Okay. This was after Malcolm X died, and you're talking about an individual versus the love that white and black people had for Kennedy. If you can't see the difference between the two,
no, I can see
you listen to the statement, but you can't see the difference between the two of the threat against the Nation of Islam. And y'all go carry it out. Y'all go carry it out because y'all go believe. I don't care if his wife came out and say what she said. I don't care if Dick Gregory came out and said what he said, who was very close to Malcolm X. Even my brother, who was very close, never forgave the nation because he believed again. But even the evidence that when I try to bring it up on the other day, that all the bullets came from down versus up, that the 2 brothers were at the bottom, and Dick Gregory have proved it through the paperwork and everything, that the two brothers that did post assassinate him didn't even have real bullets in their gun. Now that's been proven. Now, if you want to do that research, you can do that research. But if you want to just keep on with the same thing, just keep on with the same thing. It's okay, because there's people been bigger than you, have a lot more viewership than you, national, international, and they have that same theory, and that's okay. But I'm just saying is the next time, because I consider you a very intelligent person, if you go do a piece like that, do a little cross-reference and make sure it ain't coming from one narrative that hits your spot that you are trying to say versus just trying to get it out there and get the truth out there. I just say be that honest.
All right. I mean, look, it's more information out there. I've looked at quite a bit on this, but if it's more out there, I will.
Dr. Henry Clark is a good person
who
we disagree as far as the assassination. Dick Gregory is a good person, but I'm still giving you other sources that people who was close to him, not clips. You got to understand how these PBSs are done. All right, Bernard. When they had come and get a report from you, just say they came to you right now. You don't know what the narrative of the story or what they're talking about. They just sit down and ask you a bunch of questions, maybe for an hour or 2 hours. And they'll take that 1 or 2 hours and put whatever narrative they're trying to do, they'll put it in that show they're trying to show you with their narrative. So that's why I'm saying when you take hit pieces and stack on top of a hit piece, you're just making a double layer cake. That's all you're doing.
Yeah. Well,
and it's been done before.
The whole I would say probably at least a 7-hour, if not 8-hour I probably rounded down 7-hour documentary wasn't all bad on the NOI. It's just some things that they did point out that no
we
doubt
have
was bad,
always,
but it wasn't all bad. It was
what we have always noticed, Bernard, is when you take the truth and a lie, you mix them together, they become poison. Because the truth of the fact is what sucks you in. And then by the time they suck you in, they can give you any misinformation that they want.
All right. Listen, I'm not on some crusade against the Nation of Islam.
I think it all stemmed from the conversation we had the other day.
It came up organically on the previous conversation. I was already planning on doing something on the Ali documentary. So those things was already going to happen. So I'm not going to be doing more content trying to expose the NOI for what they did back in the 60s. But this is the last thing I'll ask you. I'll ask you.
I want to ask you one more thing before you ask me one more thing. All right.
All right. Well, hold on. Before you ask me the one more thing, shout out to the Rod of God podcast who just became a member. Appreciate everybody who's joining on the membership end of things. Appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Wizard X. He says OG is referring to fans as if they are sheep. That's what he did.
Well, what you think fans? Wait. Stop right there, Bernard. What do you think fans? Look up the word fan and see what it is. A fanatic. That's all a fan is. All right. Let's just go with the words. Since y'all like words over here, a fan is a fanatic.
All right, Zero. Thank you for the super chat. If I had more time, I could probably decode that, but I'm just gonna keep it moving.
But you know what it says in the dictionary, right?
What Zero say right here on the screen?
No, I'm talking about fan.
I understand that fan is derived from fanatic. So yeah, I understand what you're saying right there. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that don't mean that everybody who listens to every person, like there's people that I listen to them because they take the time to try to make sure that they're making sense. If they stop making sense, I would stop listening to them. So in that case, I'm still a fan, but I'm not fanatical. So it could go either way with that. But what other question did you want to ask me before I ask you a quick question?
When you was talking about see, that's what happens when you get a little old. And
you said a little old?
A little old. Yeah, no, I'm in better shape than you. I can swim faster than you. I can run faster than you. So what the hell are you talking about my age again?
You older.
I can do all that better than you.
You older than Morgan Freeman, daddy.
And then I can do all that better than him too. I can do all that better than him too. So what age got to do with it at this point?
All right, they ain't got nothing to do with it. So
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm glad we were in an agreement on that part, if nothing else today. Yeah. When you start talking about he had people controlling his life too much. Well,
yeah, it did.
Okay, let me finish. Because you made your point. Your point. All right. when you join the army, Bernard,
Mm-hmm.
and don't they have a protocol?
Yeah.
Don't they have rules and regulations?
Yeah, you sign up. You basically submit
you
to,
sign
to,
up.
to
So
controlling your life. Yeah,
right.
controlling the
So when
aspect
you
of
get
your
ready
life.
to join the Nation of Islam, you don't look at to go in there and join it like you join a church.
Mm-hmm.
There's procedures. You know what you're getting into before you ever get into it. See, y'all people who go to church, y'all can go there and the man and lay his hand on you and say you accept Jesus Christ as your savior, and boom, 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 you become a Christian. You don't become part of the Nation of Islam like that.
Right, but Herbert, I get that, but
let me finish.
Herbert Muhammad. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And when Elijah Muhammad was talking about entertainment, since you throw that out there on the table too, the same thing was said to me is, who is your agent? Who is controlling you? See, this is the problem he had. See, Elijah Muhammad didn't have a problem with the Negro League. He had problems with people signing into the other league and giving up everything to agents, managers, people who were controlling your income and controlling you, that didn't have your best interest as far as your skin color. All right. And if you never read any CIA or FBI reports on how, wait a minute, let me finish this because it's very important, how the FBI strategized, the CIA and everybody else strategized. You have never seen, and I'm talking about non-redacted mission statements where they wanted to give blacks control in entertainment. If you haven't never seen that before, then you wouldn't understand why a person would say something like that. Because if you look at all these people from Jackie Wilson, we had to take money up for him in Atlanta to even get a tombstone. He signed a lifetime contract. And this is mostly when you start talking about the Nation of Islam. It's talking about keeping your own paper in check. This is the same thing that got Bill Cosby one of his problems, because he didn't trust other people with his finances and he didn't trust agents. And so what I'm just saying is, any black person who stands up, a person of color stands up and want to take control of their own situation. Like Muhammad Ali didn't have the same problem as the mafia hitting on him, because they was told that you have families and you can die too. And so he didn't have some of the problems that other boxers had. He didn't have, so it's not giving up control. It's getting control.
I understand. I understand where you're going, and I'm 50-50 on your point, because yes, it's true that if Muhammad Ali would have had white handlers, it would have been white people basically taking a percentage of his money. They said in the documentary that Herbert Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, basically got 30% of everything that Ali did. And I was like, well, damn, that sounds pretty high, but I don't know what the deal would have been if he would have had white people handling all his shit. So I don't know what the percentage would have been. So
it's 2010.
I'm to some degree looking at them no different than I just recently came to this conclusion and made my peace with Don King, who I do still believe is a crook, but I also acknowledged he beating white people. He jumped in there in the early 70s and fresh out of prison and figured out a way how to get in that business and started beating white people at their own game. Like, no. If it's money to be made off these black athletes, I'm about to make that money off of them. And so I kind of just had to say, hey, the game is the game. I'm not going to knock a black man for figuring out how to win it. So if the game is the game, to some degree, I don't even want to knock the Nation of Islam, Herbert Muhammad, for whatever they did. They had Ali's allegiance. They were of the same religion, the same belief, the same that. If somebody was going to get a percentage off all his stuff, he gave it to them.
So if you
so that's why I'm 50-50 and don't want to knock it, but I still can acknowledge that, damn, though, it did seem like that they had his mind wrapped up, because like even after Elijah Muhammad died and his son took over and tried to basically rebrand the Nation of Islam and make it more open and welcoming to everybody else, and they had more white members, Then it was
No, he
almost,
wanted to be more
and they said,
orthodox.
yeah, and Ali liked that because he was always, you know, around all groups of people. All groups of people loved him, so that made it easier for him to not be attached to some hardcore separatist
Well, you say it's
movement.
hard. You say it's hardcore.
Well,
But at the
okay,
time,
I understand it. No,
wait. At the time,
hardcore. Hold on, wait. Hardcore wasn't an insult. I didn't mean that as an insult. I
okay.
understand separation.
How
From the
about
races.
still using words like hardcore, which could have a negative if certain people hear you say that? How about just saying people coming into the knowledge of self and controlling own their
That was the
own
part.
self?
That was the part
Okay.
about the Nation of
Okay.
Islam. Hold on, wait,
So
real quick. That
okay.
was the part about the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad's message and Malcolm X's message that I definitely liked. So I just want to make that clear. We on the same page with that part.
Okay. And so when you start putting publicists, managers, and agents, all right, the agent is 15%, maybe 20 now. The manager is 10%, and publicists is just out of this world. They get more than all of them because you don't use them full. All right. And if you take the paper of the final call and the reporters and the person Herbert, that would have been his publicist. All right. Then you take the manager and you add all that stuff together. 30% is it's a pretty good number.
Okay, then that's
okay.
what I said.
That's the number. That's the number that you let everybody work by. All right. You can't have an agent that's gonna take less than 15%. You never. That's the standard price for an agent. The manager go get 10%. And if you want to throw them some perks on top of that, that's up to you. And if anybody ever use a good publicist, you know what you go pay them. That's off the chart. It has no percentage. They come in and tell you exactly what they want to charge you. Depends what you're going through. So I'm saying is when you lay things out the way the PBS, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't a totally against the Nation of Islam, but I'm just saying I just wanted to speak on that this morning. If anyone who don't have a mind already made up, there's a lot of information from a lot of different sources. I'm not even telling you to go to the Nation of Islam. I'm saying there's a lot of other people understood what was going on at that time, have a better background of it, and they wouldn't try to do a hit piece on it. And maybe that word is too harsh, and I take that back from you, Bernard. I do apologize for that. You sung the song the way you like to hear it in your ear, and that's what you played.
All right. You're entitled to your opinion. I'll let you have your say. Because, like, look, criticism of Nation of Islam, that's not a personal thing for me. I understand that, and I'm not saying this as an insult. I do understand that it's emotional for you because you're connected to it and you believe in it, and so it's personal. It's personal for you.
I believe in
For me,
any black man who stand on his own 2 foot, not complaining. See, this is what y'all don't talk about, the Nation of Islam. We have always tell people, lace your bootstraps and pull your bootstrap up.
They was on that.
Stop complaining about the. Listen, let me just say this to people right now. Because a lot of people take clips from national magazines or national shows and TV shows, and y'all take these little clips. Minister speaks for about 4 hours, all right? And most of all his speech, he spent very little time talking about the white man. What he do spend a lot of time is talking about the black man, getting yourself together. And that's where
the part of it I like.
Look, that's where the manosphere, the black manosphere, will coincide in what we think of getting yourself together. I think Asidio made a very good point this morning that I think some people wanted to overlook. Maybe you and the woman just don't get along. You know, I think
Oh
he made
shit.
a good
Okay.
point this morning. That was a good point. Maybe the women that you are choosing, like Muhammad Ali, you got to understand when he first came into the nation, he didn't know everything. You got to understand that. Dress codes and all that kind of stuff. He had to learn these things. You don't just come in the nation and know their whole protocol in the first week or the first 2 weeks. And another thing too, we don't always show the left hand what the right hand is doing. So we play some little trickery too.
Oh, well, I'm glad you said that. So I want to talk about a time when somebody showed the left hand, the right hand, the backhand, and everybody what everybody was doing. This is the last thing I'm going to ask you because this is controversial.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you're familiar with the clip when Minister Louis Farrakhan vaguely stated that the Nation of Islam.
He didn't vaguely. I know what statement you're talking. He didn't vaguely.
Okay,
He
when
was very emotional
he
when he
talked
made
about
that
the
statement.
Nation of Islam killing Malcolm X.
Right.
Farrakhan.
He wasn't talking so the criticism, he had heard enough. And he said it straight out. Even if y'all forget about that part. If that's almost like somebody said, if even somebody who didn't kill somebody said, if I would have killed that person for breaking in my house, I would have been into my right to do so. See, that's the part y'all don't, because y'all don't understand that they try to use a dead man to overtopple a live man. And that's how it's always been. They try to use Martin Luther King against Malcolm X, Malcolm X against Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, and I hope one day you do a real good show on him. The last 3 years of his life, he was miserable. Jet Magazine, Elman, all of them talk so bad about him. See, everybody thinking people really love
Hold on,
Martin.
wait. Why did they speak badly about him? Before you answer that question, that Dallas Cowboys in the building, and shout out to Zero. He says, so if we expand this society wide, then as a whole, black men don't get along with black women as a whole. Thank you for the super chat, Zero. Appreciate that. That's actually sort of new on me. That I didn't know that you said that Ebony, Jet, all of them, they were criticizing Martin Luther King in his last years.
Right, because he was changing that old Kumaya turn the other cheek. Matter of fact,
Yeah, I do know that he de facto recanted on his "I Have a Dream" speech. We don't
right.
really
He
talk
said,
about
I
that.
might have led my people into a fireplace. He is starting to get a more of a revolution type mind, more than his mind was already revolution type, but it was more into the spirit of non-violence. You understand? If somebody knows that you are going to never be violent or defend yourself, then they can handle you all different kind of way. Now that man made his movement at the beginning great, but as he got to see and start to, keep his foot on the ground and looking outside of him being a good Christian and looking at the way that black people was treated on all levels, he started to say, well, we're going to have a poor man march, one that never happened. And Albany and Jet was not, see, we was in this Democrat-like mindset that these people are going
so they wanted they had fell in love with the whole integration, love all people, turn the other cheek, blah blah blah. And then when Martin Luther King started getting a little more Malcolm X in him, then and so Ebony
it was a
and Jet
problem for them.
Essence, I mean, I don't know, I don't even know if that was out back then, but basically all the mainstream black publications were criticizing Martin Luther King,
criticizing him on changing the way he looked at things, and they were not in great support. I mean, it happens to a lot of us. You take a Wesley Snipe who says one comment, and Elman Magazine just rip his ass apart like he didn't like black women. Well, what he said was, if he working on a set for 16, 17 hours, he should be able to go home and ask his woman to fix him a plate of food and a glass of tea or whatever drink he was talking about. And they took that as you don't have a right. So what I'm saying is, when you look at this stuff, and I tell anybody, go and pick, just close your eyes, pick any tape of the minister speaking. One good one is for black men, Let Us Make a Man. If you ever get a chance to look at that one, it was made in New York City. That's a good one. But it's many. You just pick any of them and see how much time we waste on belly aching and the white man is holding you back. See how much time we spend on that. Very, very little, because if you can't think yourself as a god and then thinking somebody holding you back. The only way somebody can be on your back is when you bent over. When you stand up straight, he got to slide his ass off. That's have always been our number one, is to get people to know knowledge of self. Once you know knowledge of self, that's the revolution side of the Nation of Islam. Then you got the spiritual side. Even if you don't like the spiritual side, you can say there's something in that revolution side that I can use within my life. And y'all talk about it all the time. I do agree along with you on that. Y'all do talk about some things that we've been talking about ever since 1930. Most people don't know that Elijah Muhammad decided he wasn't going to the military neither. He spent time in jail. See, Muhammad Ali was the only one y'all know about, but y'all didn't know the leader did the same thing. So he just wasn't speaking, sitting back, living in a comfortable zone and telling other people what they did. He believed what he said, and he didn't go in the military. And he was put in jail for not doing it.
So your answer to the Farrakhan question is that he said, even if we did it, we wouldn't have been out of line.
He got treated just like any traitor would have got treated.
All right.
So when you take the statement in the full context that it was given out, then you might come to the conclusion, just like what I said about if a man break in your house and you decide not to kill him. And
well, I'm taking. Well,
you can take it any way you want to take it.
I'm taking Farrakhan's statement about, if the Nation of Islam would have did it because of A, B, and C. I'm taking it the same way I took O.J. Simpson's. I didn't kill her, but if I did, this is how I would have did it.
Well,
okay.
See, OJ, you can't put that in the same context because OJ was needing money at that time, and he needed to sell some shit. Yes,
that's
he would
not
need
why
some
you
money.
Can't put it in the same.
No. What I'm trying to say is, OJ was answering everything that was he wasn't trying to answer, but what he was trying to do was make money on everything that was on somebody else's mind. He needed money. You can't have a dream team and not have dream money too. So he was trying to make money on something, and he knew it was on everybody's mind. And let me just tell you, for the people who believe the OJ was in enough health to do what he did. Hell, you can't, just like Cat Williams said, you can't even kill two black people with a damn pistol, much less kill two white people with a knife. What was the other one doing while you was doing it? Why didn't nobody? You understand what I'm saying? But if y'all want to believe that, go and listen to Dick Gregory.
Well,
he'll tell you a little more insight.
If he stabbed her, I think 58 times, maybe Ronald Goldman walked up on the 56th stab.
Oh yeah, but the time.
So now it's only a question of whether or not.
I'm gonna give y'all a sneak preview or something.
It's only a question of whether or not he was exhausted.
I'm gonna give y'all a sneak preview or something. All right.
He may have been too exhausted.
Even to the day, her mother's record is sealed. Her telephone records is sealed. The time frame that y'all are talking about did not happen because she was speaking to her mother at a certain time. And why was her phone call sealed even to the day? And the reason why I say that is very important. Dick Gregory cracked that long time ago. It was a reason why, because the whole time and y'all thinking about right now didn't even exist at that time that crime happened, because she was talking to her mother on the phone much later. So anyway, y'all can go and do research on that and find out that her records is sealed, and that's why they are sealed. And it'll come out just like the Kennedy killing, maybe another 50 years down the line when most of us too old to even get mad and the only thing we can do is go in the bathroom and take a good shit because we know that what happened. But Bernard, we live in a time that deception, right is wrong, wrong is right. It's cool. It's cool. But I had to sit down and listen to you this morning, and I didn't think all of it, but I thought you had a narrative you was trying to get out, and you did it very well with your little silver cups. And you don't have much shine on your head this morning, so you're working on that.
Yeah.
That damn it, a
Yeah,
little better.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
And you look good in your suits, but you
Thank
must
you,
have
thank you.
lost some weight or something because they look big on you. You got to get a little more tailor fit, like
Yeah, I do.
Arsenio
I
over
have
there.
to. I have to get my suits tailored because the tailor, he told me I have a good problem to have. He said I have really broad shoulders. So if my
Yeah.
suits, if they fit right in the shoulders, they're going to be too loose everywhere else. But if I get
Yeah.
them, to fit right here, then they're going to
Yeah.
be too tight in the shoulders.
I got you.
So yeah, I basically have to get them tailored.
I
But
think you have the same problem with your neck that I have with my neck. See, I got a 17 and a half neck, but I'm a 6'1", 195 pounds. And my neck is too big for most shirts, I guess. So if I get a shirt, I can't button it up all the way to the top at 16 and a half, because that's the one that fits me. But then I had to get a 17, then the whole shirt should look sloppy. So I had to get my shirts tailored too.
all right. But no, I did want to let you come up because sometimes I will just take shots at people's religious faith. But whenever I do that, I do like to let people come up and defend their faith, so to speak, because
As
I
you
do
were.
understand. I do understand that it's near and dear to your heart. So I did want to let you defend it. So we went on and went down that rabbit hole. We went down that rabbit hole. But
And thank you
it's
for giving me the opportunity, sir.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And as you see, I can be eloquent when I want to be.
I mean, you still said a shittier. You still said
I'm gonna
feet.
say a shittier. I ain't say a shittier. I said a shittier, and I did say KFC. I wanted to get on when he was on there with that bullshit he was talking, but you wouldn't let me on him. So you
And,
scared to let me on to get on him. But you know, we're gonna have that conversation. You know, Kerry, he's still trying to pass off that he wasn't one of them what we call El Jabbar looking brothers back in the day. He probably had a Jerry curl down to the shoulder, drip, drip, drip everywhere. And he probably was a nice looking dude, dressed real good. Probably didn't have 2 pennies to rub in his pocket, but he looked a certain kind of way, and women was just drawn to him. But just like I always say, if he was Flavor Flav back in them days, he would have had a different story and a different book to write.
All right, transitioning. All right, moving on. We segued for a while there.
Thank you, thank you. Y'all have a good one. City, it's good to see you in good health, my brother. Keep them vegetables going, and stay away from that, that acid meat, and drink you some good wine every once in a while, brother. What was that, Acedia?
The meat really tears me up, so I can't do that.
Yeah, well, just stay with them vegetables. Make sure you don't eat too many hybrid vegetables. Go over to Dr. Sabi. He has a good list of vegetables that are good for the body, and that's for everybody. It's free on the internet. The vegetables and stuff that you should.
No, I didn't know that Dr. Sebi was Brother Polite's dad. I had no idea that was the case.
Yeah, I didn't know that neither.
I just found that out just now.
Yeah. But Brother Polite's dad is Dr. Sebi. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Well, Brother Polite, I don't know what's going on with him. I hear the news clip, and I guess we have to just wait and see what's going on with him. But the information don't seem to be good. It's coming out. But, just like I say, everything changes when you get in the court of law. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff happens on the outside. A lot of information is misinformation, and it could be good information, bad, but you don't never know until they get in that courtroom. The actual case starts, not the pre-hearing. Forget about all that, because a lot of stuff in the pre-hearing, they have to have an evidential hearing to make sure what's in and what's out. And that usually starts at the beginning of the trial, not the pre-hearing. So y'all don't go too far with it, because you might have to cough up some of your soup when it's all said and done.
All right. All right. I wasn't listening. But
I know you would.
So the point about just not getting along. I mean, I think that's a major point that a lot of us black folks don't really take into account in these quasi relationship questions. It's just sometimes you just don't hit it off, man.
Well, why do you think that, Cydia? They don't want to have that communication.
I think a lot of black people are kind of see. My own thing is that I think a big problem for a lot of black people in the 21st century is that modernity is a real challenge for us. We're not used to modern living, and we're not used to freedom and liberty. And those are very scary concepts for many of us. And many of us don't have a lot of practice being free. We don't have a lot of practice exercising liberty, and we don't have a lot of familiarity with modernity. So, both black men and black women are having, real big problems adjusting to a 21st century world. And it manifests itself in all different kinds of ways.
Well, let me ask you something, brother. Why you think you don't get attacked when you say what you just said? Because if I just said what you just said, they would call me I should win the Simp Award of the year.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
It is true. It is true.
No.
You don't want it to be true, but it is. Just because you said Bernard, don't make it so. And just because I said don't make it so, but I guarantee you, I can go through a bunch of these goddamn content creators, and I guarantee you, I can hear the same shit over and over, and they haven't understood the statement that a Cydia just made.
Yeah, there's a number of brothers in the chat room that are making a point that's going right to my point. So, for example, and Pablo isn't here to speak for himself, so I'm going to try to be as charitable to his position as possible. His position is position of many brothers in your audience, Bernard. So for the question about, for example, interracial or intercultural or interethnic dating, right, and mating. So that would manifest itself in these environs as SYSBM, passport brothers, so forth. A lot of brothers in the chat room just got finished saying that, there's a lot of black women who have a hard time accepting that just because we share a same cultural background does not automatically mean that I belong to you. They would be right in saying that. One of the big challenges for black women in a 21st century world is that they have to come to grips with the fact that they're competing for mates worldwide. They're no longer just competing with other black women. They're competing with biracial black women. They're competing with black women from different countries and different societies, and they're competing against non-black women, some of whom have been able to hack, so to speak, into the black woman code and appropriate parts of it for themselves. A lot of black women are under the gun like never before to compete along an axis that the most desirable of black men that they are attracted to want in a mate. They're under tremendous pressure in that sense. Black men have their own challenges as well. But yeah.
But
I mean, I would make a point.
Cydia, none of that you just said because black women was born that way. There's nothing you can do about it. They was born that way. And the ones who don't believe in the system of white supremacy say that it's her zaddy. He can't even say daddy. He says it her zaddy. So none of that you just said makes sense to a lot of these guys up in here.
You're trying to put people's arguments in a box so it'll be easier to refute. And so that's what you're doing right there. And the reason that you would probably get called a simp for making a statement similar to the statement that Obsidian made about maybe the two of you don't get along. That statement by itself isn't a problem. That statement becomes a problem if you're only making that statement to try to deflect from the validity of the overall points that men are identifying about the problems with how a lot of modern women operate. That's when it
I
becomes.
identify with that.
That's when it becomes simpish. When it's just really a deflection argument. Now
So why is
maybe
it as
some
simple as,
and
even if your point is good?
Simpish isn't the right word. It's actually white knighting. But maybe a lot of people, they didn't detect it as Obsidian was trying to deflect from the truth of a lot of the arguments that he's laid out, because Obsidian has laid out and made a lot of those points that a lot of us agree with. So when he points that out, people don't take it like that. But when you point that out, they take it as you just trying to deflect.
I understand that, but see, that's what I'm saying is they're familiar with Obsidian and his broadcast that he used to do early in the morning, how he's talking. They have a history with him. But you can't come up with a concept or validate me into a square that you don't know a damn thing about me. Because if you knew something about me, I have some of the same problems in our community with a lot of things that y'all talk about. But see, the problem is what you just said right now is if that's all you talk about and to reflect something, then you go come with an opinion that that person might be that. And that's what I hear when I come in Black YouTube sometime is regardless of your head hurt, it's because of the Black woman. If your shoe's not tied right, it's because of the Black woman. At some point of the time, see, this is what I'm saying is, I have a problem with somebody who's on that side of the street all the time versus understanding the whole scope of things and talking about the whole scope. How do we make this better? That's what I think. Just complain about it is the same thing.
I don't think people just complain. I don't think.
Okay, well, people, when I say something about what the white man is doing or whatever, that something might be unfair in 2021, they tell me I'm a victim. Or I'm playing victim. No. Anytime you bring it up on your show, anybody else show, and that's no lie, you're playing a victim.
It depends on how and when you do it. Stop trying to put the arguments in a box so they'll be easier for you to argue against. If somebody is talking about some inactivity on Black people or Black people underperforming in a particular thing, and then they want to go back to some racism that happened 60 years ago and then try to retroactively transfuse it into something going. See, it's still happening today at this much smaller level, but it started back then. So that big problem back then is the problem that we having today, and why it can't work out. And I'm like, no, you're just trying to retroactively create the victim narrative. So it depends on how you do it. If somebody simply point out that, hey, there's still some, remaining remnants or problems in the justice system, there needs to be some type of criminal reform. Like, okay, that is a fair thing to talk about. But if you ask me the question, why do Black men or Black women have a hard time getting along or forming families, or why do Black people underperform in this particular thing or that particular thing? I don't want to hear about what happened in the 60s.
I know you don't, because reason why you don't want to hear about it is because you don't want to talk about you'll talk about residual income. But you won't talk about residual mindsets, that where it came from. You just made the point. You just really made the point.
It's not the same.
You saying it don't overlap. What you're saying right now is whatever we suffered through, it don't overlap. If that's the case, Bernard, then everybody on this planet who looks like me and you should have the same problem regardless of wherever they're at. If this is not a unique experience that has have overlap, and if we are getting the residuals from that overlap, if you are saying that didn't happen, then you are not even being true to history itself or how things play itself out. You can't, what's the name had so much land. Let's listen to this. Bob Hope had so much land. I don't care about a residual mindset. Bob Hope had so much land that he had to donate the shit because throughout his family that they was given 200 and 300 acres of. See, y'all can deal with the residual income of what happened. These old families.
What do you mean residual income of what happened?
Well, when I say residual income, so if you was given, say you was given 500, say you was given 500 acres of land, when a black person couldn't get 1 acre.
What if I busted my ass right now today and bought 500 acres of land?
Okay, and that's good. That's good.
Damn.
But wait, Bernard, I say that's good. But don't start a race and tell me just because you caught up. Listen, just because you caught up, that damn race was fair.
Okay, it wasn't fair back in the day.
No. This is what I'm just saying. But I'm just saying, if it wasn't fair back in the day, so y'all want to talk about what wasn't fair about the day. But how you think a lot of these millionaires and these people who have these money are keeping this going on because they got it in an unfair market in the first place, and that's where they get their residual income, and that's why they never be released because they didn't pay for it in the first place. So are you telling me
there's a percentage?
Are you telling me things in the past don't have a domino effect?
There's a percent. Yes, I'll just answer the question quickly and say yes, and I'll break it down. There's a percentage of people who did come from rich families who owned 1,000 acres of land and they passed it down. Okay, great. Most of the people who get rich recently didn't inherit it. So I don't even know why talking about top 1%ers handing down wealth, why that means anything. When we have the tools today to buy property, own property, pay off property, you can, if you're working, you could have a 401k pension, the whole works, die, have a $1 million life insurance policy, and pass generational wealth down to your kids. It's really an easy workable plan in America that anybody can do. To when they die, they could be passing down at least 1.5 to $2 million. I mean, it's generational wealth. Build it, grow it, make it happen, and then pass it down to your kids. There it is. It's generational wealth.
But you avoided my question. My question was,
no, I said yes to your question, and then I explained that it's not yes to. I said yes, that there are residual. There are things that have a residual effect. If your daddy, if your granddaddy was a billionaire and your daddy didn't blow the billions, then chances are you will be passed down at least some millions.
Okay, so me as a person who would say that you come into my city and didn't know that there was a street with no lights on it, but it has a stop sign. And there's so many people don't get killed at that intersection. For me to come out and tell you that, why do I become the person that you want to attack for giving the information? You act as if redlining is not going on. You act as banks don't do certain things in certain
redlining today means like a 10% difference in a callback volume.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, when banks refuse, they give you $100,000 to get a car, but they won't give you $100,000 to get a house. There's something wrong with that.
That's not true.
Well, see, you said
if you can't get a loan for $100,000 house, you definitely can't get one for $100,000 car.
Bernard, you're highly mistaken, brother. You're highly mistaken.
And they doing that based off skin color.
Most certainly. A lot of time, wait. A lot of time, your bank loans and everything is determined by even your insurance on your car determined by your zip code. See, these are the things that banks are paying back money right now for doing bullshit like this that y'all don't want to discuss because these people don't exist.
I'm going to take this back to something that Obsidian said. I think this is, and you talked about that victim narrative and why you get charged up with it.
I'm not talking about the victim. I'm talking about
you're demonstrating.
Don't put it in that context, Bernard. Okay. If I warn you about the stop sign, that's not a victim. That's warning you about what's out there. Not saying you can't defeat it. See, that's what y'all lose out of my message.
All right.
I'm warning you about something.
I don't hear that part.
I'm warning you about. Yeah, I did talk about the stop sign. I'm warning you about the stop sign that a lot of people don't get killed on that intersection. I'm not belly aching about it. I'm not playing a victim of it. I'm just warning you, if you go out there with your eyes closed, these are some of the hurdles that you got to jump over or go around them. I'm not saying any of this, you can't defeat it, but I'm saying it for us to act as if it don't happen. That's more crazy than anything.
Okay, I'll say this, and I actually want to bring Obsidian back in this. This is what I think. I think that you're making excuses for Black people's having a problem doing something that he described. They're having problems with modernity. They're struggling with these modern times. I think that's what's happening.
Not the case.
I
that's
think
not
that's
my
what
case.
you're talking about.
No,
Well,
no,
Obsidian,
I think
what do you think?
You're not gonna put words in my
real
mouth.
quick.
That's
All
not
right.
my case, because the Moors
those
gave the
are my
world
words.
science, math, art, religion, everything. So we always been into modern, but the problem is we've never been into someone who's controlling everything, most of all our resources. All the resources that we get from this country is controlled mostly by somebody who don't look like, from our black hair care to everything. You saying that there were not Black women out? Let me just put this in.
Black banks deny Black people
Black
loans
men
at the
and
same
Black
rate.
women. Black men and Black men will tell you this, who's in the hair product. It's not that they didn't have supply stores. You know what they did? The Asian people came here, started a distributing company here, and and cut everybody low till they ran everybody out of business, and then now you got to buy from them.
Sound like they made a boss move to me.
Okay, yes, but to say
why the
that,
white man didn't stop him?
Again, no, this is what the part you don't miss out of the story. It's not about me barely aching about it. It's about teaching people what happened, so the next time they go out there and take control of their own products, that these are the things that you have to watch out for. It's not telling nobody that they can't succeed in this country. Hell, for me to say that, I have to be dumb as hell. Well, for what we came from to what we are now, to say that there's no changes, there's no anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying is, don't go out there blindly and thinking everything is rose-colored glasses and everything is fair for everybody.
It's
I'm
not
not trying to
colors.
get.
It's hard. It's brutal. It's business. You just talked
Thank
about
you, and that's all I'm just saying.
You just talked about the Asians making a boss move and
most certainly
and cornering a market and trying to and Xing everybody out of it.
Right, and they have a right to do that,
and that's what it takes. You got to come.
They have a right to do it, but no, they have. I'm not hating on them.
Okay,
what I'm hating on is we don't do that.
Now you're speaking my language now.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Bernard, I think Edward Anderson is asking for the link.
You know what? I'm gonna give Ed the link. I do want your opinion. Do you think that he's what OG is describing? Don't say nothing, OG. I want to hear Obsidian talk on this one. Do you think what he's describing is Black people's current struggle with modernity?
He does make some good points. For example, on the economic front. So let's look at this for a minute. So I was talking about how Black men and Black women, the main problem with all of this is, and I touch on this in the book of Obsidian. I touch on this. You probably remember it, Bernard, early on in the book. I touch on what happened, coming from the 60s and 70s. As I say, what happened? Well, in a word, freedom happened. Freedom, modernity, liberty. I plan to expand on this in a future book. But yeah, JOG makes a point, because let's look at this for a moment. So we were just talking about Me Too, right? The white Me Too movement, right? And how white women, and I'm not making this up. You can go back and look this up on the internet. Sheryl Sandberg talks about this of Facebook fame. She's the chief operating officer of Facebook, and she talks about how the backlash of Me Too has resulted in lots of, just being honest here, white women having their careers hampered because guys on Wall Street, guys in Silicon Valley, guys in big media, stuff like, they don't want to be around these women because they see it as a risk. And that's the one thing that women don't understand about men. We are natural cost benefit calculators. I know this is going to sound kind of harsh to the lovely ladies listening, but they need to hear this and hear this well. We see you as a number. You want to know the reason why there's so much intensity over the question of tricking and all that, money, because women are an expense. I mean, it's just bottom line. Women are an expense. The question becomes whether the expense is worth it or not. And in the context of the white Me Too movement, which was really a discussion about sex harassment on the job, a lot of guys have made the calculation that women ain't worth it. They don't want to take that calculate. They don't want to take that risk. So what they'll do is they'll make, they'll solve the problems. They will solve the problems. They will get rid of the bad actors or those who are suspected of being bad actors because they're a cost too. The guys who, are a little too handsy, can't keep their hands to themselves, they're a cost to the operation. Now, Bernard, you are now a businessman, so I know you know what I'm talking about here. If a dude is on your operation and he's making it bad for business for you, at some point you're going to get rid of him. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
Okay, so what's going to happen with these guys, these masters of the universe on Wall Street, Silicon Valley, mainstream media, et cetera, the captains of industry? Make no mistake, they're not going to go to the mat for Matt Lauer. They're not going to go balls to the wall for Harvey Weinstein. You know what they're going to do? They're going to get rid of them. And then they're going to say, you know what? And all these other ladies here, we're going to get rid of them too. And how we're going to get rid of them is we're not going to be in any meetings with them. We're not going to travel with them. We don't want to be in our offices. We don't want to mentor them. They just come here because they can't fire you outright because we have discrimination laws in place. That'd be all kind of lawsuits. So what they'll do is they'll just fix it to where you just go to work and you just do your job and that's that and you go home. Now, see, women didn't think that. White women didn't think that far ahead. Now let's look at that in the context of what we're talking about with black women now. So I mentioned AI. I mentioned what's getting ready to come down the pike within the next 10 to 20 years. Let's say 20. Circa 2040, 2041, something like that. Right? Think about this. The face of education will be completely different than what it is right now. And that's what the AI piece combined with the coronavirus pandemic. So one of the biggest occupations for a black woman to have in the country, not my opinion, the Centers for American Progress left of center think tank. One of the 6 biggest occupations for a woman, black woman, is an elementary or middle school teacher. Do you realize that around the country right now, Kentucky's one of them, but Illinois, I'll use Illinois because that's a major black city in Illinois, Chicago, their state is about to go bankrupt and unfunded liabilities. They are unable to pay their public workers, police, fire, EMT, teachers. So if a teacher right now, a sister that's a teacher that's in elementary or middle school right now, in her 30s, let's say, early 30s, by the time she hits her 50s, 20 years from now, there won't be a pension for her. That's assuming she makes it that long and AI doesn't take over. We have no way to deal with that. I'm talking about we being black Americans. We just have no clue about how to deal with that. None. Which goes back to Jay-Z's point, Jay Speed's point about the economy.
Thank you, Sid. I ain't know one.
He called him Jay-Z.
Yeah, I meant to say Jay Speed.
You are right.
About the economy. If you're going to talk about a black economy, you have to deal with that. You're going to have a lot of black women displaced as a combination of the coronavirus pandemic today and AI between now and the next 20 years. Because black women are disproportionately represented in what's known as the pink collar economy. And I haven't even talked about cashiers, baristas, stuff like that. I talk about teachers.
Mm-hmm.
We have our Black Brain Trust has no way, we don't have a clue about how to deal with that. We're still fighting the last war, which was racism.
Well, we got, what I'm saying, as far as dealing with that problem that you're talking about, we got to figure out redlining, and then we'd be good. All right, I'm past the Edward.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can slip that in, then you
I just had to slip a quick jab in at OG. He can take it. He good.
Hell
But,
yeah, I can give out the punches. I can take the punches.
But all right, go ahead, Ed. You got it.
Yeah, I mean, what's up, everybody? I mean, I agree.
Good morning,
overall, Bernard, Obsidian, and I understand some of the stuff you're saying, Jay. But to be honest with you, this is how I charge it to keep it simple. Does racism exist? Yes. Does black people help that shit run like a well-oiled machine? Absolutely. There are so many things that black people do that white people couldn't even dream of to help racism run, to the point where you don't even have to acknowledge it exists. You can just look at the fuck ups that black people do every day. Today, like life insurance, a perfect example. Ain't nobody in the last like couple of generations keeping black people from life insurance. That's a choice. We can talk about, I can talk about in North Carolina where these roads are built in certain ways, and I can talk about all that. But I can also talk about is the older generation buying houses and stuff with the money they had, and then their kids ripping that shit up in probate court because they wanted to trick off the money. The Xers. At least that's what happened in my family, and that happens obviously not all extras, but y'all get what I'm saying. And then the shit that doesn't tell nobody because we don't want to, folks don't want to hold the card. So we always are told to look at white people for why you ain't got shit, where generally you just got to look at your parents and look at your parents' parents. Usually it's your parents. Usually your parents, when we say they didn't necessarily trick off the money, it's that when they died, there was no plan. And you could kind of say that's on them, but you can also say, the point is, like, the younger generations can blame them. There's always blame. But at the end of the day,
real quick, hold your thought. It's something you said. It just prompted me of a conversation I just had with my mom, and this could be just a difference in generational thinking or just how she thinks versus how I think. The property value, I always talked about how the property value in my hometown is really low. That's actually changing now for some reason. Like my house right now, I bought it foreclosed.
What state are you in?
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, okay.
And I was able to pay cash for my house dirt cheap. It was foreclosed house owned by the government. I was able to pay cash for it.
So you got them Cleveland prices. Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically
them Ohio prices.
Yeah, all day. And so right now I just found out my house is worth like $30,000 more than what I paid for it. And my mom's, when I told my mom that, her knee-jerk reaction was like, "Oh, you gonna sell it?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "You gonna stay living there forever?" I'm like, "No, I'm gonna move.
Rent it out. There's a lot of stuff.
I'm gonna buy another house." But no. When I told her, and she loved her grandkids, I was like, I'm handing it to my son. I'm handing it down to my son. Like, that's how generational wealth works. But
that on top of life insurance. Go ahead.
Yeah, that and life insurance. But my mom, it's like it was just amazing
death
to me
insurance.
that she wasn't. Yes, death insurance. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the problem was with your mom, though.
No, that it wasn't really clicking with her that I got this house paid off. I told her that I'm going to be buying another house. Like, only thing she was thinking is selling the house, especially now because it's worth more money. And I'm like, no, that's your grandson's house.
I understand what's going on here. I don't mean any disrespect to the lovely ladies listening, but most women, and I'm not going to put this at the feet of black women per se, most women aren't really good at long range planning.
Yeah, it's not in their nature.
They're good at what's in the now.
I think it's a lot of black people.
No, you're both right. The thing is, it's not in women's nature to think long term. It's just not. It's not in there. They nest. Nesting is not a long term endeavor. Go ahead, Obsidian.
Yeah. And I agree with what Ed said. It's both and, Bernard. Yes. What I'm saying with regard to women is true. What you're saying with regard to black people is true. So we have a double whammy we're dealing with here. We don't have a lot of black people among us who are good with, long range planning.
And I gotta add this in.
Long range planning requires some degree of abstract thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, I'm gonna let you
You're
finish, but
dealing
I
with
got.
variables that are not right in front of you right now.
I want to throw this in here
It,
real quick
it was
before
on.
you
Well, it
finish
was
it.
on you, Ed. I cut you off, so you can.
Well,
Go
I'll
ahead
let him. The reason why we're not just saying it to placate you, Bernard. The difference in the black community versus other communities, why the black part has to be there, is that black men will acquiesce to the women. So, in a lot of times, what happens in these families, the women will push hard, and then the dudes, like especially if you're dealing with siblings, and then it's either we're gonna move on something or it's gonna be like World War I, where everybody's getting bodied and you're only moving a couple of inches in one direction because dudes are not going to exert their will on women like they should, because black men just don't want to do that. And so what happens is what the woman wants ends up being what happens. The women want, but the problem with that is what Obsidian said and what I said. Women don't think long term. And so what they'll do is they'll fuck up and then they'll start lying, or they'll lie by omission. We're keeping secrets. I mean, you see the whole black community pretty much lied to the younger generations about the crack era, the realities of it. They kept it a secret. And that's on purpose. Go ahead, Obsidian. I wanted to add that. That matters. We're not just saying that, but go ahead, Obsidian.
Well, I mean, that's something that black women have to be honest about. I mean, you can't have it both ways. If you're the backbone of the black community, then you are in agreement with a major talking point of the black manosphere, which is it is gynocentric. It is a gynocracy. You can't have it both ways. I have a saying that I kind of adapted from another old saying, famous old saying. It goes, success has many baby mamas, but failure is always the baby daddy fault. I mean, black women have to be willing to hold the L. That's what leadership means. Leadership means that you hold the L when things don't go bad, when things go bad, and that you get all the praise when things go right. That's excuse me, that's essentially what it means, and that's what we have in Black American society, is that it is a matriarchal society. So a lot of ideas, concepts, and whatnot can be measured. That's the other thing I think a lot of black folks have a hard time dealing with. We can actually measure the ideas, look at the outcomes, and make a judgment.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna be real controversial. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't give a fuck, and I mean what I say. The most devastating thing that happened to black people outside of slavery was the betrayal of black women to black men. White people stumbled upon that and how effective that was. They did not know how effective that could be. Trust me, if all they thought is all they got to do is throw a whole bunch of nigga trinkets to the bitches, they would have did that and made sure Black Wall Street never got built in the first place. Because then they wouldn't have to sully their hands by putting blood on it to destroy it in the first place. They can always point to, look at these niggas. They can't do shit. When you look at these black boys who are under who are the main custodians. And then if we say that black men don't want their kids, where there's everybody, even if you don't acknowledge racism, you can acknowledge the bullshit that is the child support system, because we can argue that's not necessarily racially driven. The same people that will say racism does exist will damn sure tell you about the child support. So that's one of the few things we definitely agree on. And my point is, and this is where you have a lot of these pro-black arguments that, by the way, even some pro-blacks acknowledge, because Jason Black has acknowledged the gynocracy. You can type in, BTS got about 3 videos of him absolutely acknowledging it. A lot, there are, hell, fuck it. Even Umar has acknowledged the gynocracy. Umar said, and I quote, this is a quote. He said, the black women do not run the black community. They manage the black community. And white men are at the top. That is literally the same thing that I say when I say the black community is a gynocracy powered by. It's the same thing, just flipping the words. It's the same exact thing. If you're if you're a general manager of a site and the corporate headquarters is somewhere else, the only person you really deal with is the general manager generally. That's who you know. That's what the black community is. It's basically a general manager, a whole bunch of operations, man. I worked for a site one time that had literally all black female operations managers and one white dude that was a general manager. And the white dude was younger than all the black women. That's essentially what the fucking black community is. It's kind of like a white guy is not really there and doesn't have to do anything because it's all on autopilot, and the women are actively subverting the shit because they actually believe that in order for black women to win, black men have to lose. And I say this to say that to say this. The gynocracy is a choice. It's a choice that black men and black women make every day. It is a choice that has zero to do with white people, zero to do with any other race, zero to do with non-ADOS.
Wait. Hold on. You basically just said it got all to do with white people.
No, they may have set the shit up by setting it there, but it does not work unless J Speed made the argument about somebody undercutting people financially by doing a better price to Asians. That doesn't work if people just decide not to buy on principle, which other groups do, by the way. It doesn't matter the price, they won't go. And I'll tell you how far it goes. When that Asian person slapped the shit out of that black woman, and then that black dude threw a brick in there, the next day you had a line of black women still going when they knew there was alternatives. There are choices, even though it's an economic system, other groups understand that choices are made. So my point is, see, you only hear, Bernard, that just because I'm acknowledging that the white person set it up and the white person is because white people finance this shit. Like, the reality of the situation is,
what do you mean by white? What do you mean by white person?
The dominant society, the corporations, the wealth people, they black people. This is where black people's main role in this country.
They set what up?
Hold on, black people's main role in this country is to be spenders, to spend everything, to keep nothing. Exactly. There are people that are and not just white, that are invested in that staying the way it is. So they're not going to lift a hand to fix it. But when you look at the stuff,
hold on, rich people who have businesses that working class people fund by buying their products, why would they? But here's
the thing, Bernard. And this is where we're always going to have like a difference of opinion. I can acknowledge, if you want to believe that racism is like Christianity, where it just doesn't exist as a figment of imagination, I can accept that, because, to be honest with you, that doesn't interfere with anything that I'm trying to say right now. At the end of the day, what we agree on is the last thing. It doesn't matter. Honestly, the why is irrelevant, because what are you going to do now? And what you have to do in front of you, the first thing that has to be dealt with, and the main thing actually that has to be dealt with, is the fact that you have black women that are against you, and then you have black men that co-sign black women for various reasons of being against you. That's what matters. How it happened, how it came to be, is irrelevant, because the thing is, when we sit there and play, I tell you that to acknowledge that I understand that, but we get lost in the weeds of that. So the way I look at it is, I look at, are men trying to basically cover up what black women are actively doing right now? And this is not about me redirecting the blame and using a white man to redirect the blame, because even if I acknowledge to pro-blacks, yes, the white man set it up, guess what? That doesn't change the order by which it needs to be handled. Because what most pro-blacks will say, well, we need to go ahead and deal with the white man. No, you don't. You don't say, well, in order to make the playoffs, we got to win the championship. You got to get your culture in order first, and to get your culture in order, meaning changing personnel and doing it, and then you can start winning games. Then you start making the playoff. Then you start going to the finals. Then to compete for a championship. Same thing with Olympics. You get your culture in place, then you can start going to qualifiers. Then you can maybe go to the Olympics. See, people want to change the order because they want to use the white man as a way to absolve that female for what she's actively doing. So what I tell pro-blacks is that white man, that black woman, is working for the white man. So you can't deal with the white man when the white man, all he has to do is call a black woman, and you're not willing to go past the black woman. So whether you believe in racism or not, it still comes back to the black female. Why do I say that? Because they're the one raising the kids. These niggas can't read because the women don't want to teach them. When you offer all solutions like separating the schools, they block it. And that's what doesn't get admitted. The reality is, most women, to varying degrees, believe in order for them to win, black men have to lose. Black boys have to lose. That's how they see it. If you don't change that, nothing else matters. Motherfuckers are talking about racism to make black women feel good. So when they go into what Obsidian's talking about, they feel better about it. So they can say it's not their fault, but it doesn't change the crushing weight of what they're going to have to deal with. Now, difference between me and Obsidian is Obsidian actually cares about these people. Maybe it's because they're in the same age group. I can understand that. I don't give a fuck. I focus more on the younger folks because that's what the future is. Because these women are not going to give a shit one way or the other. They only entertain us as a mechanism of getting us to basically save their ass. And I don't do bailouts.
Let me ask you a question, Ed. I heard you say in a previous podcast on your channel, I think it's been like within the past few days, that you're soon to be 35. Am I right?
Yeah, I'll be 35 November 2nd.
November the 2nd. Okay. So so you will then be basically middle age at that point.
Middle age, I mean, middle age is like north of 40. I mean, you really trying to try.
I mean,
but let's go with your point. Let's say I am.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I say that, just for everybody listening, according to blackdemographics.com's actuarial tables, the average black man's lifespan today is about 72.
All right, so let's say I'm middle aged. What's the point?
So my question to you is, you said you're not interested in black women, your age, right?
I didn't say that. I said the women that you're talking about is as far as what you generally reference are generally women that are north of 40. But no, if I'm gonna actually commit to a female, they probably won't be my age. They'll probably be in maybe the late 20s to mid 20s.
All right, so let's look at that. So I think it's fair to say that they're probably not going to be homegrown. Would that be fair?
I'm open to date. I date ADOS black women. But I definitely keep my choices open. But ADOS black women are not disqualified because I'm not sure. If they don't operate the way they operate, whatever. But yeah, but my thing is, what is this? Like the thing about all this stuff is leading to why we should give a fuck about what they do. If they already don't get if they already don't look, it's admirable. If people want to like do that, I'm not here to tell them not to do that. But what I'm also saying is, it's not our responsibility to commit to basically convince them of their own survival. I let Mr. Darwin handle that.
Hold on, Ed. And Ed, I understand what you're doing, and I really respect you for it. When Obsidian tries to walk you down one of them rabbit holes, you basically say, "Fuck it, I ain't
does
going."
The same shit.
Yeah. You basically say, "Fuck you, I'm not going down your rabbit hole."
Well, I'm not saying that, but my overall point is, it doesn't matter if I want to choose some of them as mates or not. I keep my options open in case none of them find religion. But it's not our burden for them to. I mean, shit. Jay says the same shit, and in his own way. It's not our burden.
I'm just curious. Before I pass it to Game Changer, I am curious to see where Obsidian was trying to take you. So I'm gonna pass it to Obsidian. I'm just curious. I want to know where he was trying to take you. So go ahead.
I know where he was taking. Go ahead, Obsidian.
No, I was sincerely curious, and I'm glad that Game Changer's here because this adds to the situation. I'm just curious about what Edward's life plan moving forward is going to be. I was just curious.
Hold on. Let me ask some questions. What does any of the questions that you ask have to do with Edward's personal life plan? Like, I believe this 35-year-old man can figure out what to do with the rest of his life, regardless of.
I never suggested that he couldn't.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So.
Let's be absolutely clear. Not only is my life plan taken care of, I'm active in managing the life plans of some of the elders in my family. So, yes, I'm fine. But that has nothing to do with me saying that it is not the black man's burden to convince black females of basic common sense. So it's not the black woman's burden to convince a nigga to not have a whole bunch of kids.
But who do you think? Hold on a second, Ed. Hold on a second. Because you've made that point about 3 times already.
Yeah.
So I need to ask you, who has told you that?
Who has told me what?
Who has told you that it was the black man's burden to?
Well, the way why? So my question is, why do we care about black women's life plan?
Well, I can tell you why I care about it.
Okay, that's where this line of questioning started.
Okay, so I can tell you why. I can tell you the reason why. Because I don't want to pay for them. That's why. Black women are dealing with. I just got finished talking about the teacher situation in Chicago. They are dealing with billions of dollars of unfunded liabilities, in part because they were part of the whole subprime mortgage crisis back in 2008, 2009.
Yeah, I'm from Illinois. I'm
Okay.
aware of that
So
state's.
a sister
that's why I'm not there.
a sister that's a teacher in those crappy public schools, I don't want to have to pay for her.
I can understand that, but
I don't
guess
want to
what?
pay for it. So I want to know what the plan is, because I want to see these strong and independent sisters take care of their own stuff until they dead, till they fall dead. I don't want to pay for women I ain't fucking.
Absolutely, but this is gonna
That's
sound.
what I care. No, hold on. You asked me. Hold on. You asked me why I care about it. The reason why I care is because I don't want to pay for women I ain't fucking.
I can respect that. You know, me personally, I'm in a great red state that is right to work, has no fucks to give about that shit. Which is why that's one of the good things about being in red states versus the blue states that deal with that. But what other people will tell you, people that are real research like BGS, is that's not something you probably have to worry about anyway, because there's no money. There's no money. There's no money anymore to do that, and the states damn sure don't have it. So, and it's only now, and the fact that you have no kids too, like me, that's generally the way that they try to get your ass in the first place. So raising taxes and all of that.
Who tries to get your ass?
Well, you know, that's how the government gets you, as far as gets you connected. Kids is one of, so you're basically disconnected in that way. So you're talking about from a taxpayer standpoint. So
Oh well, hang on. How does the government try to get you if you're a childless brother? How does the government try to get you with that?
Well, I'm saying you're a child. They get you if you have kids.
Right, but if you don't have any kids,
that's my point. You don't have kids, so you're not exposed on that front. Like
I would like
don't
to ask Edward a question.
So my point is, you know, this is why they're making prostitution legal. They're setting it up because it ain't no money. You already see it with inflation. They
what if you don't?
What if
you decide to say no, thank you? I mean, prostitution isn't obligatory.
Well, I'm not saying you should, but what I'm saying is they're not. Look, understand. There's more white teachers than anything. They're not there. They've gone as far as they can go with care. Basically, from what I see, they're saying, look, y'all on y'all own getting men, and basically you see other races of women getting smart and playing musical chairs, and black women are just gonna be out there. They're gonna be like Dr. Siasan Johnson talks about. They're gonna be forming these African kinship networks. These like they're gonna go into delusion, but the reality is where we're going, you know, I don't foresee taxes being a problem. And if they try that, well, I already know who I'm voting for.
Taxes won't be a problem because there won't be much of a tax base left.
Let me that too, and I know who
I still want to ask Edward a question before you get to Mercedes.
Because Game Changer's here, and y'all both.
I want to ask him a question.
Hop off, so if you ask me,
let me ask Edward a question, please.
Y'all both kind of to ask this question. Let me ask y'all both a question real quick. What would you say is the big difference between, and Game Changers talked about the ladies in Dominican Republic, so I'll use that for a moment. What would you say would be the big difference between a sister from the Dominican Republic and a sister from, say, Oakland or Durham, North Carolina?
Entitlement.
Game Changer, you can answer that one, and I am curious. I want to hear you speak on what you came up to speak on for too, but I guess you can quickly.
Can I ask Edward a question first, though?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Let me answer Obsidian's question, JSP. Then you got it.
Okay, go ahead.
So to answer your question, Obsidian, the primary difference between Black American women and women in the Dominican, and really women throughout the world, is that they value family a lot more. And when I say a lot more, I'm saying it's a premium that they put on family that's far greater than anything you'll ever see in the Black American woman. Now, because of that, they value men because that's a part of family. And they also value themselves, meaning that they want to stay fit. They want to be appealing to men in order to create and sustain a family. That's the primary difference. And really, that makes them far superior in the way that we value women.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, and real quick before I pass it to OG, shout out to Clue Zero Shakanulu number 16 and Dallas Cowboy. All y'all sent super chats. I didn't get to read none of them because when OG go to ranting and raving and making up words, it'd be hard to read the super chats and stuff.
You crazy as hell, dog.
I apologize. I didn't get to read none of the super chats, but shout out to everybody who sent them. I can still see your names in the back. But all right, go ahead, OG. You can ask Ed whatever question you was about to ask him.
He made a statement earlier about the white man didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know it was going to work as good. How did he not know that, Edward? He's been using that since the day of time.
They would have did that earlier if they knew that would be that devastatingly effective.
They started from the time you got off the ship, bro.
The black family was
connected. No. Listen again. They started to separate the two mindsets from the time they got off the ship.
I understand that.
And historically, not even dealing with us.
I understand.
It has been used because until black men start having babies, black women or all women of the world are producers and the manufacturers of all children that come on this earth. And I know y'all don't want to see the importance of that because they becomes the first teacher.
Why is that important?
No, I'm gonna tell you why it's important, because they become the first teachers. And so if their mind is corrupt by anyone, they're teaching that child ever before it comes through the womb.
What does that have to do with black women actively not dealing with black men in the way? Because here's the thing. What we see now, everybody can acknowledge what we see now today is not what it was when black people were the most married.
Well,
so what changed?
What changed, Edward, is the things that were produced in the 50s and the 60s. The more freedom come, the more choices you have.
Exactly.
Okay. And then you got to be accountable for your choices too. But for you to say, I was just questioning why you didn't think he knew what he was doing. That was my
honestly,
I agree along with everything else.
The truth is it's irrelevant. And I said it in the same thing in the chat. Like, black people got to get off this one that when they're paying to be acknowledged.
How can something be relevant and when it's sustainable?
When it's connected,
how can it be irrelevant?
Black people have to get off wanting their pain acknowledged. Fuck your pain. We are where we are. Because the truth is,
usually that's how you get over pain, though, Edward. You go tell a doctor you got pain, and he usually give you painkiller. But if you're not acknowledging, wait. It's just like anything else in life. If you're not acknowledging you're an alcoholic, you're not acknowledging that you are addicted on drugs, then how do you have a starting point?
You want the doctor to acknowledge your pain. Acknowledge your pain. Wait. You a lollipop. You want a lollipop?
No.
I don't think they give you a lollipop. I think it comes to small in a bottle.
The first step of any 12-step program is not acknowledging it; is accepting that you are accountable to what you do, and because that empowers you. Saying that you have just like have you in the power to do something, you have the power to not.
And what comes second, then, Edward?
Well, the second is whatever steps they give to help you go about that process.
No, I'm just saying, at what point do you have to acknowledge what you got and you got to be accountable for? What point?
That's part of accepting accountability.
Okay, then so it's connected
without the accountability.
Okay, but I'm saying is, suppose you're doing both. What is the difference?
The difference is, well, most black people don't do both. Like when we have this conversation, most of the time, the way this conversation goes is it's either racism doesn't exist or it's the white man's fault. I take the middle approach, meaning I understand the social environment, all that I'm in for potential stuff, and I plan accordingly. But a lot of folks, this is why the pro-black shit has been corrupted by hood nigga culture. Because hood nigga culture will say we are hood niggas because of the white man. So therefore, don't come for me about being a hood nigga. Don't say that you need to be cast out of the society because it's ultimately not my fault. And because black people are bleeding hearts, and by the way, the women, as far as who the women corrupts and all that, the reality of the situation is when women are poisoned like that, you have to cast them out. You can't fix them. And that's something that black men refuse to understand. Black men, I say this, I know other people gotta talk. I'm gonna say this, and this is the most important thing that black men fuck up on. Black African American men do not understand the difference between good black women and bad black women. So how can you protect the good black women if you don't know the difference?
I disagree on that, not knowing.
No,
the
you
difference,
can't, because well, there's exceptions to the rule. We know how we are on here, but you're honestly telling me that like 7 out of 10 black men can't tell you the difference between they'll make excuses for a black woman. It's a bad black woman.
Oh, okay, all right. If you're talking about there is an army of men who do
you
just
have
make
black
a bunch
women
of
that
excuses.
can kill
I
children. I'm
I
not even talking about abortion.
I'm with you. I was looking at it from another angle. I thought I was looking at it from the angle that there's people.
Well, thank
that
you
try
for
to
opening
straw
up both of
man,
your eyes,
that
Bernard.
try to straw man the manosphere and say that, try to invalidate the things that we say.
No,
by pointing out that, oh, well, no, that's just because you just like those kind of women. Like, you wasn't making that point. You were talking about the guys that no matter what a black woman do, even if she kill her own kid,
which is being demonstrated.
Me and brother Xavier are gonna be talking about that tomorrow. Actually, even if she kill her own kid, it will be an army of white knights making every reason or excuse, even blaming white supremacy if need be, for a woman making an individual action to kill her kid. Yeah, if you're talking about those men, no, they don't know the difference.
And there's a lot. That's a lot. That's the majority.
No, you're right, and that ain't the sphere. But what OG was talking about when he was like, "Yep, you're right," he was talking about the sphere. You talking about the guys who
now
are
you
anti
started thinking for me again, Bernard. Won't you ask me what I was thinking? You didn't ask me one time, God damn it, what I was thinking. You just put it in your mouth. You just put it in your mouth. You just look, man. You just sliced up your food.
Hold on, Bernard.
Put it in your mouth what I was thinking.
Bernard,
you didn't ask me not one goddamn thing. See, this is how you get misleading people. This is how you do this shit. This is how you do this shit.
This one quick thing, real quick.
I judge you by your track record.
I want to acknowledge that your channel, you had Chaz on there. Obsidian has interviewed many women. Courtney is the most recent. Game Changer has interviewed many women. Actively correlates with many women on YouTube. Melody, Chantel, Simone, and others. Danica Marie. Same thing with Obsidian. So yeah, we show the alternative. Where all these women that are critics, do you see them show alternative black men that represent like what they think should be? No, let them tell it. All of us ain't shit. You ask any of these dudes, most of them in chat, but at least on the content creators, me and Red Supreme were just talking about that. We literally were firing off about 15. I fired off like 25 women that I think other women should listen to. Some of the people in the chat never even heard of. So the manosphere, yes, we know the black women, 8-0s, 9-8-0s, just got some goddamn shit. Shout out to Nurse Nerd, got some goddamn sense. Those women, you ask them, they can't tell you because they don't know. So yeah, we know the difference. They don't.
I think Edward is a godchild of Minister Farrakhan, because he always say that's the last thing I'm gonna say. He go, hey, Edward, that's a good thing to be though.
All right, we gotta go to Game Changer. Been waiting patiently, but shout out to Game Changer for becoming a member. Shout out to Yogi Fish, he became a member and he sent a cash app. And shout out to D-Rock Den, who didn't send a cash app today, but he normally send one every day. But I always forget to shout him out. Shout out to D-Rock Den, and shout out to Charles Merchant, who says white supremacy made her do it. And the final thing I'll say before I pass it to Game Changer, to put a bow on the conversation about whether or not the white man it caused the separation or the divide between black men and black women. I think this sums it up right here.
Your grandmother, your great-grandmother actually could work with a black man with more trauma.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we're all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to be one with the black man? We even think that being...
Thank you. Clip it, slice it, put it on World Star.
All right, that's my analysis of that whole thing. But anyway, Game Changer, you got the flow, you got the mic.
So, wanted to disagree with Ed just a little bit, in the sense that it's not the opportunity that's making them this way, or it's not solely the opportunity. Like when you look at Malcolm X, the movie Malcolm X, and they show that the mother was on welfare after the father died. You know, he said everything had not for sale on it, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is when Malcolm X was a kid. This was about 100 years ago. So really, welfare has been around for quite some time. In fact, it came out, I think it was like shortly thereafter World War I. They always had the options and the opportunity to do this. They had jobs back then. They were maids, they were seamstress, et cetera, et cetera. They always had the option to opt out. They just never did before. It wasn't until recent times that, you know, they started to collectively work and against the Black family and in their own best interests. So I just want to point that out.
Right on. I agree. I agree with that statement. Was that that was the original.
That was the original reason I came up. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, because we bounced all over the place. I don't know if you even made it all the way back to that one, but all right, cool.
Well, no, I don't think somebody said extreme racism is what's keeping us together. I don't know what really kept us together in the past, but I doubt that it was extreme racism. I think that we just kind of like emulated what we seen other intact communities or the governing communities do.
I disagree with that one, Game Changer, because if you in a gang, just think about it. If you're in a gang in LA, right? Say you in the red and you in the blue, right? Well, obviously the red is not gonna go and hang with the blue, or the blue is not going to hang with the red. They are arch enemies in the first place. All right. So when you have a time when a group of people who were over you, or you thought was over you, or they were over you, regardless of whatever, if you believe that, you go hang with people with the same mindset and try to protect each other. So that would have played a big part in why that Black people stuck together way back then, or 50s, 40s, and all that, because at that time they all was experiencing the same thing. I don't care what economics you was. You had actors, stars go to Europe due to the fact of how they was treated over here. So don't act as if that was not a big factor in why Black people did stick together and why family were close together.
Okay, fair enough. I'm further removed from that time.
Whoa. What is this question right here, Silent? That's just somebody else who asks questions and say things that nobody has said, but to plant the seed in people's head that's what we really saying. There's somebody else that do that. I don't know if that's what you're doing with this other person be doing. If so, it's not necessarily cool, because I don't think nobody said that. Everybody is against relationship socialism. So I don't know what you're talking about there. All right, go ahead, Game Changer.
No. I just want to agree with J Speed. You're closer to that time, so you are you're definitely more aware of it, and I can see that being a factor. The reason why I was saying that it didn't seem to be as large of a factor, because there was a time coming out of the civil rights era, you know, where there was extreme, you know, Black identity, you know, awareness, you know, during the Black Panther days, during the, you know, Black everything. They society began to embrace positive aspects of you know, the Black nature. Or
that's the fight back period. That's what we call the fight back in your face period. That's the period right after the love, LSD, 60s, and then Black people start to come into themselves, promoting their agenda as far as loving Black. James Brown came up with the song, "I'm Black and I'm Proud." The Black Panthers, it was a lot of things going on. Martin Luther King killing and all that. So it was kind of like in your face. I'm Black and I'm proud. And so
right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, and what I mean is, because that happened like after the civil rights era, there was something that kept us together outside of that.
Yeah, well,
we probably were working on the momentum of that, but I don't really want to speak to the relevance of that. Let's just work. Let's just behave as if that's true for a second, right? If that's true, and many believe it is, and it may quite possibly be, I don't know. You know, I will admit that I don't know. If that is true, then what's going on makes a lot of sense now, and that is people, you know, the pro-Blacks that we see today are really pushing this, you know, victim mentality in order to state that, because they feel it will bring us together.
Right.
And
Well, you
that's
will always have different mindsets or different approach to a problem. And what you are saying now that some of what we call the pro-blacks today are really hijackers. They took certain things out of certain things and then they came up with their own narrative, what they thought that black people should do. They don't have enough of historically history on the full scope of things, and they take the things out that they like. Sometimes they do it as shaming tactics. They do it to the black manosphere a lot as shaming tactics. You see what I'm saying?
Well, what I'm saying is, if we were united through struggle, then what they want to do is recreate or sustain the struggle in order to reunite us. Now, the problem with that, hold on, right quick. The problem with that is that we will never advance under that umbrella, and that's because the only time that we get together is when we're mistreated. If we ever advance to the point where we're not mistreated, then we will disassemble, and then we will fall back into a state where we are mistreated again. So whether it's right or wrong, it's a bad plan and need to be abolished. So I'm backing Edward on what he said with that.
Well,
that victim narrative is not going to help. I gotta go, JSP, but go ahead.
Okay, I got one more thing I want to say to you before you go, though.
Yeah.
All right. If you take it from a music form, a lot of people in your generation has never even seen a black film. I'm talking about an old black film when we had our own theaters, when we had our own producers, filmmakers. What I'm saying to say
you assume I'm younger than I am.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to say that is our music form, our art form, all that came from struggle. Think about what we wouldn't have had if we didn't have that struggle. Because if you look at our music, sometimes it's not the theory of music in the first place. We went off scale. We put chords together, didn't supposed to have chords. So that's a lot of things come from pressure. See, the greatest thing, a diamond don't become what it becomes without darkness and pressure.
Yeah, no, so, I get it. I get.
So a lot of times, and that's in everybody's history, not just black people.
Yeah.
History.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me just say this. Sometimes you just got to leave a coal mine and become a diamond. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Struggle made us. Now it's time to move past that and move forward. You say, what do we have without struggle? We have prosperity. We have each other. We have understood that we have evolved to live under pressure. Now we have to live under prosperity. Go ahead, shine bright like a diamond and get out the damn coal mine. I gotta go. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for talking to you. You have a good, be safe, brother, and keep your family safe.
Peace.
Hey, Mr. Riley, when we get to talking about things, see, that's the thing about it is, I believe that we can chew gum and walk at the same time. I know that's an old cliche, but I just believe
you really like to chew gum, though. That's the problem.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Some people, women. I'd rather do the walking.
More chewing gum than walking.
I'd rather do the walking, and y'all can chew the gum. But what I'm trying to say is, we're not just attacking a problem in one approach. We can say that, but each one of us have our own journey. And life itself, sometimes, with not the skin color, life itself is a struggle, just itself. But then you add on other things, you need other things in your life, then you got to deal with that too. So for us to act as if it don't exist just because we don't want to believe it, that right there could be your own defeat.
All right, I'm gonna let that ride. We about to get up out of here real soon. Actually, shoot, I got a meeting, something I got to do at 2:30 actually, so I'm a little late already. So I'm gonna let Freeman's Journal fire off. You go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic, and we about to go ahead and roll up out of here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Game Changer was saying about the whole prosperity, right, and overcoming too much of Black identity. Oh, and actually, that was SKC from chat. He said about Black people's identity is rooted in I forget exactly what he said, but it's anti-white, right? There's just too much. Their black identity is revolves around being anti-white, and that is and it leads us down the wrong path. I mean, people just they want to be against it instead of for something. You know, the struggle is part of the identity. Where's the overcoming? I mean, I worked my ass off to get out the hood, and it's like struggle this, struggle that. I mean, you got to focus on the destination, not what holds you back. And a lot of this, you know, acknowledging what happens in the past is just a reason to not excel, a reason to not achieve. You know, the people that are out there moving up the socioeconomic ladder are not focused on that. You know, and if we want to get out of that mindset, you have to get out of that mindset. You just proceed, right? You just take and you proceed and you achieve, and that's it. Yeah, so that's what I have to say.
I was muted up. My bad. I was muted up. But no, I agree with you. But the only thing that you missed out is that when it comes to acknowledging things that have happened, we have to acknowledge it, learn it, acknowledge it again, take a nap, wake up, and do some more acknowledging. The acknowledging game never ends. We have to keep on acknowledging. Okay, and we got to teach the next generation how to properly acknowledge everything that happened as well. But but all right.
Hey, I gotta go, Bernard, and I know you make light of that, but I'm gonna tell you, when the Dream Team went over to Europe after our college athletes AAU could not get the job done, they went over to Europe and they beat them guys handily. All right, you think from that point to now that these people are not understanding that struggle of not being able to defeat the Dream Team, where they use every bit of that to make themselves better? So a little mix up in the tank, a little mix up in the tank, Bernard, don't hurt.
You're talking about the 92 Dream Team that blew out everybody by 50. The rest of the world just became mesmerized with American basketball, really black people basketball.
You're making my point, Bernard.
You want to know what they did? They went and got better, and then in
why? Because of that struggle. You missing that point. You're missing that point. You're missing that point, Bernard.
You went Argentina talking about, hey, remember we got our ass kicked?
Everybody, that's why I was talking about AAU, my brother. I come from AAU. I come from AAU, so I know what I'm talking about.
Wait, OG. The equivalent would be is if they just sat there and complained about all the advantages that the Americans have, and then and that's why they couldn't beat them.
Okay, this is where me and you get off on.
What they did is they practiced, they honed their skills, they got better, and guess what? The Americans,
they looked at films, they acknowledged it.
In 2004, we didn't even send our best out there because we got cocky and arrogant that we just so much better than them. And then they kicked our
You're making my point, my brother. They had the knowledge.
They did the work to get better.
They had to acknowledge it first, though, right? And they had to keep acknowledging.
Hold on, I gotta mute you. I'm not making your point. They didn't ask for no handout. They didn't ask to change no rules, no requirements. They didn't say, could y'all only send like 50% black athletes? They didn't do no affirmative action. They didn't do shit. They just got better at basketball.
Look, again, you keep
asking basketball and they outcompeted, and that's that.
You keep acting like it's magical. You're like it's magical. Wait, let me finish. Let me make my point then.
They had to raise a generation of
they
had to raise a new generation of athletes from the start and teach them basketball, because like we ain't about to get blown out by 50 by these Americans. And the people thought it would take maybe 2 decades. They did it in a decade and a half. They beat
those guys were magical.
I'm sorry, what's Obsidian?
No, go ahead.
No, he was saying that it was as if there was not a blueprint how to get there due to the fact.
Magical?
What was that?
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying, as Bernard was saying, as there wasn't a blueprint how to get them there, but show them an example. I guess he keep repeating himself. Show them an example of what happened.
Eastern Europe were magical.
That's not.
What you keep saying?
Yeah, you know, he played it. He played it
Hold on,
through.
wait, hold on.
He clipped.
OG. What do you keep saying, Obsidian?
Oh no, go ahead.
Hey,
He clipped me. He clipped me.
Hold on. It was literally the struggle Olympics.
Yeah. He clipped me. He clipped me. So again, y'all can make light of this, but when something happens to you, even in sports, even in sports, Bernard, that you go back, it's just like every fighter. Let me finish. You ready to answer before I even know what I'm gonna say? For every fighter who ever fought in the ring and get their ass beat, like he was talking about Muhammad Ali, that one of the things you can see where he could be considered in that conversation of the greatest, because everybody who he defeated him, he came back and defeat them in them years. So what I'm saying is, in any struggle, Bernard, you have to look at the example what the struggle was to make you better. And so when I come over, let me finish. When I come over here, I don't tell.
Have held hands in saying we shall overcome for the next 60 years to get better than the U.S.
That's your narrative. You won't listen to anything I just said because you want that narrative. You want to cancel out that black people talk about the struggles that they have. You want to cancel out that. So you want to put that in there, but you don't understand. There's a protocol, Bernard. When you get your ass whooped in something, where you show the example. That's why basketball teams show films. It shows them you have to deal with what happened. And then from that point, you build up to where you want to be at.
Where's the getting better?
Say what?
Where is the getting better?
Well,
you on YouTube, brother. You on YouTube.
They got to show their grandkids film of Jordan and Clyde Drexler dunking on people in 1990, and they got to let them watch that over and over again so they can know.
Again, you're taking my conversation.
No.
You're taking my conversation. Better? You're trying to belittle my conversation. My conversation is when you get defeated by someone, you go in there and re-emphasize on what you can do better. And my brother say, well, what is better? You on YouTube right now. That's a lot better. You would not allow to be on the YouTube in the 50s and the 40s when you had radio station Jack Johnson's out of Atlanta who had to do all of Martin Luther King speeches because white media wouldn't have. So you're able to do things today, my brother, that is better than way back in the day because the process worked itself out. Now, are we problem free? No, we'll never be problem free. That's a human thing more than it is a color thing. We'll never be problem free because we're always going to have to work on ourselves.
I'm trying to. I was talking not about YouTube and as an advancement of technology, but
no, I'm talking about you having the right to have a voice, my brother.
What?
You heard what I said, and I ain't stumbling.
I gotta roll. I'm
ain't
legitimately missing a meeting right now, so I gotta go. No outro. Peace, everybody. Thank you. We out of here.